We want Max to do a Mythic Plus tank challenge. Huh? Haven't played in 3 weeks yet. What is a Mythic Plus tank challenge? Is it like tanking a Mythic Plus key with like very little gear on or something? Finally, I can watch Max no fellowship. I'm probably gonna log on Fellowship later, honestly. Guys, Fellowship fucking owns. That game owns. Ba-ba-ba-ba-day. You see me? Do you? Oh yeah, I am there. Look at that. Let's see what Max eventually thinks about the raid bosses. There's one 3-target council, but 3 2-target bosses. Sentinels, Twin Fangs, and the final phase of Coiled Altar. I mean, what do you mean, what am I going to think about it? Like, I'm at the point where I don't really care what they do with, like, the early bosses. Like, I think some people look at it like there's so many ad fights in this raid, but like, bro, if it's early, like, bro, it's just a boss that's gonna instantly die. It doesn't matter. What you want to look at is the last boss, the second to last boss, and the boss before that. That's what makes like every raid. And currently, 2 of those 3 that we've seen look real nice. Did you watch the Cyber interview? Nope. I'd like to do that today. Max, I look forward to trying to get a photo this year at BlizzCon or a no again. Wait, I told you no to a picture? I can't. I don't think I've ever said that to someone. Ever. Unless I was like in the middle of something, or maybe my security guy said no. I don't think I've ever said no. It was. Huh? BlizzCon drama? Huh? Do you remember committing a murder of Dryny on our banner at BlizzCon 2023? Yeah. Oh, the Shakib stuff. Oh, you're right. I totally forgot about that. No, he did not make that up. He's totally right. Shaq was basically, well, he would never drink. He's very pure, but he was being a little rowdy at the Hilton lobby, and they told him not to come back, and he was causing a problem, and they were gonna like. It was bad, so I just had to escort him out of there. I had to take him somewhere else, even though I'm pretty sure he wandered back there at some point. That was in the middle of some shit. All right, we can go live. World of Warcraft. So we'll need some raid testing videos. So we're gonna go over like the raid testing bosses with y'all. Only seen on heroic so far, although I can tell you what like a couple of the bosses do on mythic. And the mythic testing is actually not today. I see a few people message that. That is it would normally be today. It is next week though. I will say I do kind of miss when we did like 4 bosses a week, and I kind of don't like that it's I mean, you just do like so many bosses. Like this 7 bosses in 2 days, and then next week it's going to be 7 bosses. At least we have a week in between, but are you going to do the Ian interview at all? Yeah. Nightmare Pinnacle cleared. Yeah, I saw that. Grats, bro. Some good news. Well, I haven't seen like the kill, but I heard that it was killed. They removed 99% of the casters in Murder's Row. Or pray they do that. Dude, I can't believe they actually made that post. Because, like, just from an outsider's perspective, I hear, like, every time a Mythic Plus season is announced, it's just always complaining. Everything's going to be bad. We actually talked about this when we recorded the podcast yesterday, but it's like, dude, every Mythic Plus season just ends up being a Mythic Plus season. It's always the same thing, right? But, like, there's always crazy complaining. But this time it seemed like it was a little more, and it was true because Blizzard actually, like, fucking addressed it. They're like, hey, here's what we're doing. Just so people would stop complaining about it. It was really bad this time because 7 out of 8 dungeons in the pool are horrifying. But, like, you don't know that, though. Um, this is what Dradno said yesterday, and I think it's true. They have shown the capability multiple times of making a bad dungeon good, like an old dungeon, and making really good changes to it and making it good. And they've also done the opposite, where they have made good dungeons worse. So, like, when you see a dungeon announced, there's like no way to know whether that's like a good or bad thing at all until like you see what it looks like on PTR at least. You're basically just getting scared at a name, bro. You see a name and you're like, oh, like that. Are we reacting to the Ian interview from yesterday? Yeah, I probably will in a little bit. I'm probably gonna simmer the stream a little bit before starting it because people usually don't know that I'm streaming WoW because I don't do it on a schedule. So like, usually like they find out over the course of like 30 minutes or an hour, and they're like, "Oh, okay, yeah, this guy's live." Holy shit, boss man! There's a new React up in We Steel. It has chapters. Oh yeah, yeah. No, we're doing that. We're already doing that. We did briefly look over some of the like cliff notes of this, I guess, like the Wowhead cliff notes, during the podcast yesterday. But we, I personally really like listening to the interview because I feel like those cliff notes leave a lot of information out. Would you ever play WoW Mythic Plus, or did Fellowship just do it better for you? I mean, I have played WoW Mythic Plus, right? Like, played it a shitload in Legion, played it a shitload in BFA, did multiple MDIs. I've played the last time I played a ton of Mythic Plus was season 3 of Dragonflight, so a pretty long time ago. But yeah, to answer your question, I mean, you kind of hit it. Like for me right now, Fellowship does Mythic Plus better for me than WoW does. Um, I just enjoy it better. Like the cadence is good. Like I kind of want to do it every like 3 to 6 months. That's like right where a fellowship season is. And it's just like because they don't have to worry about raid, because they don't have to worry about um like any other part of the game, they put all of their resources into making the Mythic Plus experience specifically awesome. Um and they do a lot of things different too. Like in Fellowship, like the affixes are actually like a large part of why the game is good and WoW removed them. Right? They do Kiss Curse affixes and they're fucking beast mode. Uh, a lot of them, some of them are better than others, but the game, the way it's designed, that doesn't really matter, right? Where like in WoW, everything has to be like perfectly balanced. Also, the way they do loot is so crazy extreme; it could never exist in WoW. But like in a isolated format like that, ARPG style, it fucking owns crazy hard. Um, Max, you missed out on doing Mythic Plus this season. It's the best it has been in years. Yeah, I don't. Maybe, man. I don't know. It's fine. Yeah, Fellowship's good. I even might still play it. I gave it a week of all day, everyday gaming, which is a crazy amount for a seasonal game. The reward system seems so much better than WoW Mythic Plus. Haven't played much Fellowship, only a bit when it first came out. I mean, it's not better. It's like it's just different. Like, I mean, you just have to ask yourself, like, what if the only thing that exists in a game was Mythic Plus and nothing else mattered? Like, a lot of reasons why Mythic Plus looting is capped is because it can't just be like the only way to get gear in the game. Same reason, like, there's not a game specifically built for raid and around raid. Actually, you could argue WoW is kind of like that. But like PvP or Mythic Plus, like it's just taking Mythic Plus and making it the only thing in the game, and then because of that, they can make a lot of really good stuff around it, right? Was the D4 season mid? The D4 season might actually be great. I don't know if I'm necessarily done with it. Um, but I'm a Sork player, and all of the Sork builds this season seemed slow and not very fun. Just from like a brief look. Plus, I was like doing some other stuff on that day, so I like wasn't like super into it. And now, unfortunately, I feel behind. So like, even if it was someone told me right now, like, bro, this is the best season of all time, you're gonna have so much fun. I'm 2 days behind, and for me, that's like enough to kill it for me. Sork always feels like ass, bro. It did not feel ass last season. It felt fucking amazing. No more Fellowship. Oh, I do want to keep playing Fellowship. I find Fellowship fun. Nightmare Pinnacle? No, I didn't find the Nightmare Pinnacle fun. So I'll probably just do dungeons. Ian confirmed during the Cyber interview that they tuned the last bosses for the race, and I don't know if they've ever actually said that publicly. Yeah, I also heard that. I haven't like heard the interview yet, but I heard that he said that, and I had the exact same reaction, where it's something that's obviously true, but I don't know if they've ever just come right out and say it. They've said stuff kind of like that, but they've never actually said those words, which is kind of funny. I think maybe the reason why is because I think that would just like trigger a lot of people just by misunderstanding the context. Because I think a lot of people are like, they make the game for the race, and they just like are just saying fucking words. Like they've literally no idea what they're saying. They're just saying shit. And basically, what you can say is like they make the last two bosses for the Race to World first when the Race to World first is happening, and then as soon as it's over, they are no longer like that ever again, right? But those are two very very different things. Will Liquid be competing in Aaron Shore's upcoming first raid tier? What the fuck is that? Is that a D's nuts joke? Aaron Shore. What is this? Oh, it's a game. Oh wait, it has like a ton of good reviews, I guess. I solo developed Aaron Shore over the past 4 years. It is a single-player simulated MMORPG, and today's the launch day for early access AMA. Interesting. I mean, I probably won't play that, but that exists, and now I know about it. And I just advertised it for free. WoW already feels like a simulated MMORPG. A solo, I think for a lot of people it is. Max, what's your biggest hopes they change in upcoming raid tier races? I don't know why this question is stun locking me right now. Because I'm trying to also answer like what I realistically think they will actually do. Right? Like the best thing they could ever do is do a global release. That would be such a fucking weight off of all of our shoulders. But that's just they're not going to do that. So dude, I don't know. I feel like they do it pretty well. Lowering tune count. I mean, we're already doing that. We're actually making kind of a risk this tier. Like pretty much every single time we hear that Echo is going to hire characters, we always copy it, and I think they do the same thing because you just don't ever want to be in a position where you have less than your opposition, you know? But that's kind of what's led to this arms race thing, and that's what led to what last year happened, right? Where there's just like too many characters. So we were really present with that. Like, not only did we feel like maybe some of our better players could end up quitting because of it, but we also, I don't know, we felt like it was bad for their health. Like two of our players got really sick this tier, and we kind of think that, or it's certainly not possible to rule out that like the amount of effort and preparation they did for so long is like part of that. So we are like not trying to do as many characters. So this tier, that situation happened again. I believe Method went to 16 characters, which we don't really, that doesn't factor into our decision making. But then Echo went to 16 because Method did. And then now we're sitting here saying, like, okay, Echo's thinking about doing 16 characters. What do we do? And we talked about it with our guild a lot, and we decided to not increase characters, which is going to be a loss for sure. Like, you will lose something for that. We are going to be lower item level than other guilds. But it's kind of got to stop at a certain point. Is it a low enough item level where it will actually be the difference in winning or losing? It's not likely, but it is absolutely possible. But I mean, that just is what it is. Like, we kind of can't keep putting people through that, I think. We did message them about it. Again, we've messaged them before last year. We messaged them before this tier, and I believe the answer we got last year was from Roger, and he was like, "We're too far along with our prep already. We can't change it." This tier, I believe Boomy messaged Mirez, and I think they had a similar thing where like they were just going to do it. So at that point, the win in morale and player health must outweigh the eye level. Not in the short term, in my opinion, at least. So that's certainly possible. That would be nice. I kind of doubt that is the case, though. Where we will potentially win with having less characters is not like you simulate a reality, right? We always copy each other's characters over the next 2 years, but like we lose like three or four of our best players because they're just over it. And then there's the reality where we don't do that and we don't lose those players. I think in the long term it will make us better, but in the short term it is, in my opinion, like almost certainly going to hurt us. But hopefully you still win anyway. I believe Ian said in his interview that the flex number for Mythic rating will not be that way for all raids going forward. Yeah, I couldn't really tell. Dude, okay, so this is why we need to listen to the interview. Listen to this Wowhead thing. While we were recording the podcast yesterday, this is what Wowhead said. Or this is what like we read off of Wowhead and talked about it. Because not all three of us didn't listen to the interview. We just saw the like Cybear interview headline. And bro, listen to this. Wait, hold on, let me find it. Bro, make sure you're sitting down for this. Results of Sporefall have been great, but it's somewhere between a one-off and wait for it and the future of all rating. Okay. So Sporefall, the results have been awesome. Where we're going to go in the future is somewhere between this was a one-off and it's literally everything. Just it's somewhere in between nothing and everything. Okay. Cool. Just like somewhere, you know? So I this is why I need to listen to the interview, because what the fuck does that mean? What does that mean? By the way, that's verbatim. He says those words bar for bar. That's crazy. I mean, realistically, I don't ever see an end boss like Lura ever being Mythic Flex, like for the Race World first ever. Uh, and I think that's a really good thing, by the way, for everyone. I think if you have to make a boss as hard as Lura, I think if you try to make it for Flex, you're going to have it just be a significantly worse fight. So Dratnos and Dorky gave this example yesterday where, like, imagine designing P2 of Laura that has to work for 15 players and 25. There's no way you can design that fight to where, like, it wouldn't be way easier for one than the other. And then it just becomes this huge meme of, like, okay, well, then they're just going to avoid mechanics like that. And then it's just going to be really one-dimensional in their fight design. Like, the only way they can make bosses that are really, really difficult and really, really good is by having a set construct of, like, it doesn't have to be 20 players, whatever. It just has to be a certain amount of players so they can curate it for that experience. The flex thing doesn't really work for that. However, I think they can absolutely fuck with that after, like, maybe Hall of Fame is closed or something. Like, I think that's maybe something they alluded to. What he implied is that there may have the early chunks of the raid tier be flex over time. Yeah, that's what makes sense to me. The interview is also chock full of a lot of straight up BS conversation regarding add-ons. BS. I mean, add-ons are still like a interesting thing, you know. Uh, I also feel like I feel like the worst of the add-on thing is over. Now, I hope I'm not wrong about that. But like as far as the ambiguity of like what can't you do? Oh, this guild has this add-on, but we don't have it. Oh, they just changed all the API. And now you guys have to make all these add-ons. A lot of them are the same thing, but you have to get new add-ons now, and you have to have all these different add-ons instead of just one that did all of them for you. That kind of stuff. I think that is better than it was then, and I don't think it'll ever be as bad as it was then, right? Um, but it's still, you know, especially if you played the game for a long time, it's still pretty controversial. I genuinely want to know how they feel about Ellesmere UI. Dude, speaking of Ellesmere UI, that shit is taken over, bro. I feel like this is like when LVUI came out. Straight up. Like everyone I know that is in a top guild uh is like everyone swapping to Ellesmere UI. It is just simply gapping. This sounds like an ad right now. I don't even use it. But like basically everyone in our guild has swapped to it uh over whatever they were using. Fucking THD. THD. Default Elveman himself swapped to fucking Ellesmere UI. That is insanity. He willingly last year played with like negative FPS just to make his UI look like it used to before it was optimized. That's how he didn't care. He just wants it the way it is, you know. And like, yeah, so it's pretty beast mode. Oh, one interesting thing he went into in detail is what went wrong with 12.0.5 at a technical level, and that was kind of interesting and pretty funny. Bro, can you let me just listen to the interview, my slime? I'm gonna listen to it. You don't have to convince me. You're just spoiling all my stuff. All right, so we have to do both things. So we're gonna watch the interview, and then we're also um I'm gonna just like watch someone's heroic raid testing and kind of just like look at the bosses with you guys. Which one do you want to do first? Actually, I already decided I'm doing the interview first, so get owned. Max, nice shirt. Do you guys remember Heroes Hearth? So we were given this shirt because like we were like randomly sponsored by them. Like our first sponsor as a guild was like Heroes Hearth, and it was like kind of a weird sponsorship, and it ended relatively quickly, but that's where this is from. All right, here we go. Oh, someone said listen to the interview in your left ear.
Let's be
Double speed in Chinese. Okay, obviously that's a meme, but like obviously that's a meme, but is this an hour-long interview? What the fuck? Dude, I've asked for this like 100 times. And they're all like, there's no way. We can't do more than 30 minutes. What the fuck? What the fuck? One second before we watch this. I gotta complain. What the fuck is this, bro? Literally years. Ah, bad. Okay. All good. That's literally why I stopped doing them. Because like basically I just said like I'm just not accepting. I just don't do I find every 30-minute interview would have been made better if we could have actually talked about the things they're answering. You ask them something, they give you an answer, cool. Ask the next thing, answer, cool. What's way better is like ask the thing, they answer, talk about it, move on, right? You can't do that in 30 minutes. That's why I hate those interviews. What I have to do is on my stream after the interview, I like react to the interview and then talk about it without the person that just said it. And it's just like, it's just an objectively worse thing for everyone. And I don't know. I just wish they would do that. Obviously, they're willing to do that. I guess maybe they changed their mind recently, which hopefully is good. But yeah. Okay. like I don't even know what the fear is. It's like, okay, what, you're gonna ask something that bro, Ian's really smart. That dude's not gonna get caught blindsided by a question and sound stupid. He knows what he's doing. Also, I like talk to this guy a lot. I've talked to the BlizzCon. I've had lunch with them when I went down there recently after like the initial add-on thing that Dratnos and I did. Like and also I don't think I am at risk of trying to like have like a gotcha moment or something. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm just talking about the game. I'm mad.
Again, Ian, first of all, thank you so much. I know you're a busy man.
We might skip. I'm glad this has timestamps. We will almost certainly skip through some of this, especially if I get bored.
Thank you so much for sitting down to talk to me about 12.1 and just all things World of Warcraft.
Of course, it's a pleasure.
Yeah, it always is. It's always nice to sit and chat with you. I've been lucky enough to be able to chat with you a few times now, so I do appreciate it. For those that are maybe tuning in to this for the first time, don't know too much about who you are and your role within the World of Warcraft team.
Literally everyone knows who he is.
On exactly what your day-to-day is.
Sure.
Okay.
Ian, let's get into things. So,
Sure.
First and foremost, Midnight has been, I think, an exceptional start to an expansion. You're just building and layering on, building this nice cake of just so many different systems and things that seem to be working very, very well and expanding upon that. How has the team found the reception to Midnight Season 1 and just how everyone in the community seems to be finding it?
I mean,
I don't know if I care about this either.
So yeah, it's been really great. So what have you learned?
What have you learned in the transition from the War Within to Midnight? All right, let's give him a little leeway on this and see if it's interesting.
In the transition then from the War Within to Midnight so far, initially, and then obviously as we're getting deeper into the expansion with 12.1 now, you probably learned a whole host of lessons then from Midnight Season 1 as well, but how has that transition looked for you guys?
I mean, I think Midnight really in a lot of ways is about doubling down on what was working well in War Within and trying to refine and polish where we're able.
I mean, okay, maybe this will be kind of interesting because that was kind of, I think, like part of the criticism, right? At least with like what they did with the talent trees, it kind of felt like they had to do something. But I don't know if like the Apex talents to me are like entirely non-interesting. Like the only interesting thing about them was like, okay, you're gaining 4 spec points. Just alone, that's really interesting. Wow, what could I do with 4 extra spec points in my tree? That would be sick. And then it's like, okay, well, maybe you put them into your Apex thing, but man, it'd be kind of cool if like, what if in some situations I didn't? What if some I did? And that actually makes it interesting for me. I'm like looking forward to that. But then a few classes had that, but kind of systematically they have been, but it's like kind of give or take, right? Like if you don't want your Apex talents, you're like, well, I'm not even using this new thing that they gave me. So then Blizzard over time has been just making the ones that aren't being used stronger. And then it's just kind of turning into, yeah, you're getting 4 new talent points when you're just getting these Apex talents, which isn't nothing, but just kind of feels like it's less cool. Like I think hero talents were definitely cooler. They can't really do that again. And it kind of just felt like they had to do something. Which kind of goes against the whole evergreen thing, because like that's how we got to this point in the first place in WoW, where like we had to reset everything because they just kept fucking adding stuff, and then at a certain point, it's like, you know, it works within in the confines of an expansion like Legion, where you know you gain all this stuff, and if you look at like what you lost at the end of Legion, you're like getting rid of your like Crucible shit and your legendaries and like your weapons and just all this stuff, just crazy power. And Legion was awesome, but like they couldn't like continue that. So they naturally reset it. And maybe what they said they're going to do is like at the end of the World Soul Saga or whatever, maybe they are going to... I mean, can you imagine that though? Can you imagine at the World Soul Saga that all of this stuff was just within the confines of that and then like it's just all gone? It's just such a new game, but maybe that's good. I don't know. Like this is kind of a long aside. I just feel like it is interesting hearing him saying we're just doubling down on what worked in the War Within, because like that is like exactly what they did, you know? And a lot of people didn't like that. They kind of wanted more, but I don't know. War Within worked.
You know, so I think
Metzen talked about it a couple days ago. Dude, remember when Metzen said, oh, I'm just going to get mad. I'm just going to get mad even thinking about it.
the addition of Delves as a new pillar of our endgame, I think was tremendously successful and reached an audience that had been underserved for a long time. And so while we rolled that out initially as, you know, maybe a feature that might be just specific to War Within, we pretty quickly realized it's going to be something that we want to carry forward and really enshrine as a permanent part of our endgame. And so just we've learned lessons about what players do and don't like in delves, ideal length, tuning, avoiding underwater sections, things along those lines. And I think we now have a dedicated team.
I'm good.
No.
How do you balance new content and systems versus consistency in design? Oh, this might actually be
good
Hold on.
content that players can expect in a new patch or a new expansion versus not allowing things to become stale and just like, right, I'm going to get my 4 old dungeons, my 4 new dungeons, I'm going to get a couple delves. Like, how do you balance that and then experiment with new things like Prey and decide when to implement new systems?
That's a great question, and it's a very real challenge. It's something we grapple with a lot, and that I think, while Midnight has been great all around, something that we are reflecting on a lot as a team right now is some of the feedback we're hearing about how things are starting to feel a bit samey in places and a bit formulaic. And I think that's often a challenge.
expand on that.
In some ways, it's easier to design the game when everyone is mad. Like when everyone is like, all right, borrowed power sucks or whatever. It's like, okay, there's a problem for us to fix. We're going to pivot away from this thing that everyone is mad about.
Oh, this is good.
But when players are generally happy and
Bro, you said the first 30 minutes this is bullshit. This is actually like hella fucking interesting. I'm actually going to rewind a little bit. It totally makes sense. Like when people are like all against one thing, it's like, okay, we can go in a different direction. We hear you loud and clear. But like when you are tasked with just making something that's good, you also don't want to make those people mad intentionally by changing things, right? Like I actually saw this recently in the Fellowship season where they basically made insanely good changes to loot, but they're just different. And a lot of the upset people early on were just like, they just didn't understand it, right? Maybe some people just don't like it in general, whatever. I like hard disagree. I think it's like has so much more depth, but like it's just harder to understand, right? But like I think they made an objectively good decision, but a decent amount of the fan base just simply due to not understanding it doesn't like it. And so was that a good change, right? It kind of just depends on like how many people don't like it, right? And I feel like they don't really know that when they're making these things, when,
the game when everyone is mad. Like when everyone is like, all right, borrowed power sucks or whatever. It's like, okay, there's a problem for us to fix.
Yeah, the craft your weapon every season, the crafting in general feels samey, yeah.
But when players are generally happy and are telling us like, this system is great, this setting is great, the reward system, like rewards feel better than they have in years, our natural inclination is to kind of carry forward what's working. But then we do start to get that feedback, as we are now from some quarters, that, well, this is just starting to feel so, repetitive, so familiar.
Yeah.
And it's not exciting anymore. And it's like, okay, you never want to think or say that change for the sake of change is sometimes the right approach, but I think sometimes it's what we need to do just to keep innovating and keep things feeling fresh. Something that works today and people are having fun with, even if there's no clear problem with it, if it's repeated for long enough, we'll start to wear thin. Mm-hmm. And so, I think one area right now where we're definitely focusing some attention is the raiding ecosystem, how raids are structured. Raids are something that really hasn't been touched since 2014, I want to say. I think in Warlords is when we settled on the 10 to 30 person flex, normal and heroic, 20-player mythic. And it's kind of been untouched for a dozen years since then. And meanwhile, all the rest of the game has changed around it. You have, the Great Vault, you have Mythic Plus, you have Delves now, and these things have kind of chipped away at and undercut some of the core motivations that made raiding work for so long. And so, part of moving to different structures, that's having different smaller raids in the first season, or what we're doing now going into season 2, making sure that raids give you tier up rewards from the Great Vault to let them really continue to kind of hold their own against Mythic Plus and Delves in the face of feedback we were getting from, a lot of players that while they still enjoyed raiding, they didn't see the point anymore because they were getting so much better rewards from other portions of the game. That's an example of an area where I think we're looking to really take a fresh approach to something that had been dormant for a while. But it's something that we need to, keep doing in every facet of the game. If we ever get too complacent, too comfortable with something that feels solved, we know it's going to become a problem. So we're always just trying to, stay ahead of players to whatever extent we can.
Yeah, it's a hard thing to do, right? Because it's one of those things that you touched on. So you touched on initially. It's like if you give somebody pizza, like, oh, I love pizza. You give it them
Yeah.
for a month, suddenly, I hate pizza. Why you keep giving me pizza? So it's one of those things that even the best systems, the best designs, if you have too much of it, people start to go, I don't like this anymore. So it's about, I guess it's that flexibility and like you say, introducing these new pillars, which are all in an arms race against one another, but complement each other, which I think is good. I think a touch on there with the rating side of things is that, rating specifically, I think needs to be so heavily supported more than the others because it takes so much effort to raid effectively. Where you need, my guild, like we're a top 200. I think we got 130 in this tier. So shout out to Ascendants.
Congrats.
Thank you.
All right, he was just looking for some congratulations.
Didn't do
there.
too much because my spec wasn't very good. But one day I'll get to speak to Ian Hazakostas and I'll pick his mind about that.
Which spec was that?
Feral Druid. You should love it. Oh. So we do so much prep, spreadsheets on spreadsheets and, all the different things that we have to do to just to play there and the recruitment and all that kind of stuff. So it can be challenging sometimes when raiding doesn't always feel necessarily rewarding or inviting and stuff. So, but I like to see some of the changes that you've got upcoming and we will talk about those soon. So, kind of touching on that as well. So in that same vein, I think every single type of player that plays World of Warcraft thinks that their content that they enjoy most is the most important content and needs the most resources given to it, right?
Well, I don't. Yeah, okay, yeah, just like personally, yeah, like for me, like pretty much all I interact with in the game right now is the race world first, right? So like it would benefit me if like they juiced the rest of the game and just made that even slightly better because I just don't care, right? Actually, that's not true because if they did that, then like World of Warcraft has less players and less interest. Certainly, that would be a bad decision for the game. And then because of that, there'd be less people watching the race, and then I'd lose my job. So it actually would be bad. But like, yeah, everyone's just gonna want that. If you're a Mythic Plus only player, why don't I get everything from Mythic Plus? If you're, PvP, same thing.
No matter which kind of department of the community that you talk to. So how are you currently balancing your time and attention across so many different game modes? Like you say, you've got the new sort of Labyrinth delves that are going to be coming out soon later on in the expansion. That's going to be a new thing that I'm very excited to try out as well. But yeah, how do you balance all this?
It is definitely trying to keep a lot of plates spinning and shifting our attention to the one that maybe is looking the wobbliest to make sure that we're continuing to give it the attention it needs. I think that is a big part of the challenge of developing for World of Warcraft, but it's also a big part of the magic. I think that I can't think of a game out there in really across all of the entire gaming ecosystem that has the diversity of playstyles and motivations that WoW has. Right? There are there's so many different ways to play this game, right? Like you could take a dozen people who are all self-identified, serious, hardcore WoW players, sit them around a table and ask them like, why do you play this game? What is it that you do? What do you like about it? And you could hear 12 different stories. And boy, would it be easier for us if we could just pick one or two of those people and say, we're going to make this game for you. We're going to focus on just dungeons. We're going to focus on just
by
PvP.
The way,
we're going to or whatever.
That's what Fellowship is.
And not worry about the other motivations. But the game as a whole, the world as a whole, would be so much poorer if we did that. Right? Part of the magic of WoW is this massive multiplayer ecosystem where all of these players are kind of brushing shoulders with each other, crossing paths, interconnecting, trading as part of the same economy, having friends who play the game for different reasons, who maybe pull you into something you haven't done before that you unexpectedly like, and all of that. And so, yeah, we're always looking at the data of like just objectively where are players spending their time, what are they doing, what are they gravitating towards, how far progressed are they?
Yes, tell us who's the most important.
Looking for gaps in how we're satisfying them, and then of course the feedback all across the internet on forums, Reddit, social media, etc. To understand again where there's opportunities, like which plates might be a bit wobbly and need focus. And I've talked about delves a lot, but I think delves are an example of an area where it's not something that players were asking us for. Players weren't saying, make something exactly like this, but we could see and hear very clearly that solo players or small group players, maybe who played with a close friend or a family member, were running out of goals and running out of content when they reached
Oh,
the end game.
interesting.
They would have a blast, get to max level, do some world content for a bit, finish the max level campaign, and then realize, like, I guess I have to join a guild or, you know, start doing large group content if I want to continue. I'm just going to stop. And, you know, the existence of delves and things like Prey are a testament to our focus on trying to serve that audience, which maybe didn't have, you know, the loud advocates in the community that PvP or Mythic Plus or raiding does, because there aren't that many content creators or big streamers who are just, you know, focused on that solo play style. But there are millions of players who play the game that way and who want to play the game that way. So I think, you know, we have a wealth of data and information to draw upon, and we're just trying to, you know, synthesize all this feedback and do the best that we can.
I love
And I know
synthesizing.
that for portions of the community, it can feel frustrating if, like, it sounds like you are telling us, hey, we need X, we want you to do X to help us, and then we do something else that feels like it's missing the mark. It's likely that we're just listening to a different portion of the community. And
at that specific point in time as well.
At that specific point in time. It's not that we're never going to come back to you. We are. But if we had to do something for everyone, to do something for anyone,
Every single patch,
we would basically, it would either the game would be a convoluted mess, or we would just never be able to actually deliver content because we'd have to tick way too many boxes. Instead, I think we try to, you know,
Is the majority really playing solo? I believe so, yeah.
And make sure that we're always,
I think that's always
you
been
know,
the thing with WoW.
being mindful of the different play styles. And
I think WoW has basically oh, sorry, I just got a response about the 1 hour interview thing. Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm a little distracted by that. It's not a bad response. It just happened as soon as I started talking. What was he saying? Oh yeah, solo players. Dude, I feel like, I'm just making this number up. I feel like 60% of WoW players are like, they played WoW when they were a kid, they're married now and have children, and like they get done with work, they eat dinner with their family, and then they like have a few hours to spend, so they're just gonna like, I don't know, like grind an achievement or a mount or something, maybe slam a delve, and they don't even have time to like fucking sign up to a dedicated raid schedule, and there are just like fucking millions of these people. That maybe we're not even always like that, but that's just kind of what they have the time to do now. I picture that person, I think.
Obviously, it's not to say we don't make mistakes. It's not to say that, you know, we don't sometimes have something that we think is really going to resonate with a certain audience.
God, I wish that's the correct answer, but sometimes I wish developers just like went chaotic and just hit the fucking, like, we don't make mistakes. Just like fucking slam that and just move on. Just like
that misses the mark.
Don't even entertain a follow-up.
When that happens, we're going to listen, we're going to correct it, and we'll do better next time.
Yeah, and I think two things I want to comment on that. So first of all, I think I forgot what I was going to something poignant there, but I was going to say I think delve players, like delve mains, they deserve the most resources because they've never been mean to me online, but all of the other mains definitely have. So delve players seem nice. They never cause any problems.
They're chill. Exactly.
They're chill. But yeah, so unfortunately I can't remember. I had something there, but that's okay. I think so something that I want to move on to now well, and I think that was a great answer to listen to there.
The category
but,
here.
I think,
how does the WoW dev team feel about the add-on changes? Well, that's looks like that takes up the next 10 minutes. And I feel like the answer is we're taking feedback, we're loosening things where it makes sense, we're tightening them where we don't want it. Like, what are they even going to say? I'll let them start, but
how has the team felt with the no add-ons? Like, how has that been?
You have to be like more direct, I think, you know? Like, I feel like if you just ask how they feel, he's just going to like...
guys, because it's been a really weird one for me, and I was casting the race to world first, and it was like a really weird experience. So people like, oh, there's this add-on boss, Lura, and look, we still need add-ons. And I was like, well, why don't you just try doing it without them?
Yeah.
And just see how that looks. So it was really weird where it seemed
Okay.
like the online complaints were like, look, I've managed to design these add-ons that solve the fight for me. At the same time, they were angry that add-ons didn't exist, but that they could still design them to exist. But they want them? I don't know if they were asking for them to be fully removed or if they wanted them back. Like, it just seemed like this difficult conversation to navigate. So how have you as a team been navigating it?
Well, so first off, your question was how we feel about no add-ons. Like to point out, there are thousands of
Yes.
add-ons out there.
Apologies.
But right, so
Combat
but I think
add-ons.
it's a key distinction though, right? It's disarmed add-ons, and I think it's a work in progress. But overall, I'll say I think I'm happy with how it's gone. It's not perfect, by any means. There's work still to do. And of course, as we saw over the course of season 1, there's a very ingenious community that will continue to find loopholes and workarounds. We have a pretty comprehensive refactor of the way buffs and debuffs are tracked and presented to add-ons in 12.1 coming up that should both make it easier in some ways for add-on developers to write code that touches those things, but also should close a lot of these loopholes. And I think, it's, you mentioned, the Race to World First and looking at Lura and other bosses there. It's an example of the natural, inevitable arms race, right? Players are going to look for every possible advantage to help simplify a mechanic, to help coordinate something. That's natural. I don't fault anyone for doing it. But at the same time, we need to be mindful as the maintainers of the game about, what the player experience as a result is going to be, about whether it feels required to download and coordinate and set up a bunch of add-ons in order to be on a level playing field with everyone else, or whether the game out of the box is giving you the information and the tools you need to succeed and to compete. You saw us very early on in the Race to World First. There were a couple of early issues where we did like hotfix to close loopholes that were emerging, like interrupt tracking stuff and so forth. We pretty quickly pivoted away from doing that because we realized that it was very disruptive to the majority of players. Like, because we fixed this loophole on Lura, but doing that also meant that 1 million players logged in to add-ons throwing Lua errors and other.
Oh, okay. I'm really glad they recognize that. Because, obviously that just comes from preparation, and I think situations like that will not happen as much again in the future. Because, I don't know. I feel like we kind of showed our hand last year, they made all these changes. And by the way, we told them all this stuff that we were going to do, but then we did it, and they were like, ooh, we don't like that. And then they fixed it. But, the more processes we go to of, hey, they broke this thing, we're going to use the next one. Eventually, we're going to run out of ways of doing things, and I can tell you that there are things you could do last year that you cannot do anymore. So, they are going in that direction, right? So I don't know. I feel like that's not going to happen as much, but I don't know when they decided not to, because it felt like basically this must have all happened after the race, because I feel like during the race it kept happening where they were destroying things, and then oh, sorry, I'm getting messaged about, let's see. Yeah, I did. Let me get it to you in a bit. 1 second. Should I do this now? Yeah, I think I am. I recorded a podcast yesterday, and Dorky could not figure out how to log into our platform. So we had to do it in Discord and all record our own thing. And I need to send it to Frank so he can upload the podcast for you fine people. So shouldn't be hard to find. Does anyone remember what I was wearing yesterday? Wait, what was yesterday July 1st? I'm pretty sure this is it. Yeah. We're good. We're hard good. I'm going to throw this in there. It'll start uploading and we're good. Okay. This must have all happened after the race was over, because it felt like every time we came up with something, they were like, all right, we're going to fix that. And then when the weekly reset came up, they did no PTR for it and everything. And then whatever small change they made to make that thing not work, just shit on a bunch of add-ons, and everyone was mad. I'm going to let them talk again here.
Merging, interrupt tracking stuff and so forth. We pretty quickly pivoted away from doing that because we realized that it was very
Well, what's
disruptive
the
to the
pivot?
majority of players.
You just let it happen, or
because
what?
we fixed this loophole on Lura, but doing that also meant that a million players logged in to add-ons throwing Lua errors and otherwise broken.
Lura,
But also, it's important to mention that some of it is preparation, though. I hope I'm being accurate in this because I know this is true for most things, but I think everything that happened on Laura that they panic hotfix was told to them ahead of time, and some of this to us they acknowledged. But like that's also like a goof, though. That isn't like they're reacting to new information; they literally knew ahead of time.
Yes, sorry, yes, Lua as opposed to Lura. Anyway, and so like we're like, you know what, we're gonna back off.
They said it was a lapse
lot
in
of
communication.
rapid
basically.
fire hotfixes here. We're going to work on a comprehensive solution for season
Yeah.
2. I've heard a lot of feedback and discussion, using Mythic Lure as an example of like, well, this seems impossible. How could a Hall of Fame guild do this, let alone a cutting edge guild do this without all of these add-ons that players have come up with? And it's a little bit of a chicken and egg sort of problem where I think if none of the workarounds that players came up with existed in the add-on space, I can confidently say that aspects of the fight would have been nerfed much more by now.
Interesting. Wait, what about Laura do you think he's referencing? It can't be the interrupt thing, because the interrupt thing was already like nerfed crazy style.
By the end of the day, like we are trying to
The memory
deliver
game?
oh
Yeah,
level of
definitely.
challenge for the guilds with the tools that we know that they're using. The top guilds in the world are capable, and we're capable of coordinating the communication for the memory game or for interrupts. Of course, they're going to use add-ons to help them do it, but they were capable of doing that.
Yeah.
But once
We had ways of doing it completely natty. They were just obviously required more coggy load, and if you throw that in with 18 glaives, it would have absolutely increased the progression time on this boss by a good bit. But yeah, we would have done it.
seen everyone else starting to use those tools as well, at the end of the day, we need to make sure that the mechanic still remains challenging. And so, in a world where you didn't have some of the assistance, we give you a few more seconds to execute the thing. We'd remove one of the things you need to interrupt or whatever else, to make it land in the right spot for the
boss?
appropriate.
No, it's not that bad. Like this actually happened early in progression. We had our memory game thing working, and then it stopped working because they changed something about it, and we had to like do it a different way. Or I think they didn't change anything. I think like we changed something, and it like bricked for a pull, and we just reverted to doing it natty, and we did it literally just instantly, right? It's just a lot of times what a lot of people confuse top guilds using a thing is they think that you need the thing to do the thing, but really, if you are going to do something 90% of the time, but using tech makes you do it 95, you do the tech every time because you're racing against time and to beat everyone, right?
Audience. I think our hope is increasingly as we go forward, we see less of this and need to do less of this. So I think our goal is to be able to deliver an experience that works out of the box, that doesn't need to be fundamentally redesigned, and that is giving you the information you need to succeed. Now, that's not to say that for cutting it, like for high-end Mythic rating in particular, I mean, as you well know from following the scene, from helping cast the race, like the top 3 guilds in the world, top 3 to 5 guilds in the world are just playing at a different level than everyone else.
W inclusion of a couple more guilds, there are some absolute bangers in there.
By a pretty significant margin. And
there are some people, this is the absolute truth, but there are some people that do not want to hear that.
By a pretty significant margin.
Bro, if we just put in the time, if I just put in the time, we'd be there.
And yes, we do design the last couple of bosses early on for them because no one else in the world is going to be seeing those bosses in that state. And given the option of if we made a boss that was killable by Hall of Fame guilds from the outset, those top 3 guilds would steamroll it, and we wouldn't have the competition. We wouldn't have those moments that allow them to distinguish themselves from each other and really show who is the best.
Yeah, we would just easily win every race before the other team even logged on. Yeah, so this is kind of significant. So this is true, obviously. I think any of you guys who watch the race know this is true. but I don't know if they've ever really come out and said it. That being said, I don't know if that matters at all, really. But I just found that to be kind of interesting. There are a few victims still of them doing this, though. Of the like, okay, yeah, you design it for a couple of guilds, and then obviously you nerf it. The two biggest victims I can think of are that are often the same group of guilds are ones that progress the unnerfed version of the fight and get really close, only for the reset to come around, and the boss that they log into is a complete joke, and they feel absolutely nothing by killing it. They spent like hours and hours and hours and hours getting better at it, and they never get to kill that version of the boss. Those people, that definitely blows. Also, this hasn't happened in this expansion, but it happened with Forge Weaver and Styx, where they randomly went on this era of like making the fourth boss just impossibly difficult, and they started making that, and you can't get around this. Like, I think you could reasonably make the argument that, you know, you could reasonably make the argument that like the last boss and the second to last boss should be tuned for the race guilds because we're going to get there and no one else is. But like there was a part of the expansion where like people were getting to think about how many guilds were on Brood Twister, you know, and like that was obviously just not okay. Think about how many guilds got to Styx. Think about how many guilds got to Forge Weaver, and we're just like, there's no reason to even try playing this game. Why am I on the same boss that Liquid is on right now? You know, like what the fuck is going on? And that has been, I think, an error of this too. And I think that has just been them trying to, like figure out exactly. I think for them, they're like, what is the earliest boss we can make a spectacle for the race and a really hard boss for these guilds that won't actually affect anyone else negatively. Like if they could do that for the whole raid, they would, but they can't, right? So it's like, when's the boss we can start doing that? And I think they've tried to shift that up and down to some success and some failures, right? Like here's an example. Why was Brood Twister bad? Well, Brood Twister was bad because the first four bosses was really easy. Brood Twister, if you know, Sikran and Rashanan were, you know, like a little harder, that would have been way less of a big deal. Like if they were a normal third and fourth boss, that's way less of a big deal because Brood Twister being that hard for that week would have only mattered if like there was just a bunch of guilds there because the first part of the raid was like steamrolled, right? Where interestingly enough, I think Brood Twister was a bigger problem than Styx, even though Styx was an earlier boss in the raid. And the reason why was because Rick Reverb was hard. Rick Reverb was actually like pretty challenging in the first week. And because of that, people weren't mad about Styx because they weren't there. They weren't mad about Sprockenmonger because they weren't there. They weren't as mad, at least. Obviously, Styx still had plenty of issues, mostly being that it's like just a very frustrating boss to progress and stuff. But just pure difficulty-wise, it was basically the same as Brood Twister, but less people were mad because they were just watching it and they didn't have to do it themselves. So I think it makes sense that Blizzard is trying to like kind of mess around with that because they just do want to get away with that, right? And yeah, if they do the alternative, you know, let's make these raid bosses for some other target other than these guilds. And the race is gone, and these guilds, that's no longer a thing. It's not interesting who wins. It's just like this thing that happens. And we're making these for other guilds. Now, obviously, in my position, that sounds shitty. He's saying they don't want to do that, which is great. Love to hear that. But also, that has like kind of happened, at least with Gallywix, I think. Like, I remember when Gallywix died, like the main takeaway from a lot of people was, you know, especially right after the race is over, like, this is such a failure. This was such a disappointment. In fact, I'll use an anecdote. I said, like, I thought Gallywix was pretty fun. And I'm saying that from the perspective of, even though it was easy, took 100 pulls to figure out, and we were progressing a boss without a dungeon journal. And that's just really fun. That was my take. Dude, chat got so mad. Like, bro, this is a fucking failure. This is the worst thing ever. Like, remember like the Preach video about it? Like, that was the reaction. Bro, if you had that exact same take, like a month later, 2 months later, yo, Gallywix is actually fine. People are like, bro, you're so right. Gallywix is like my favorite end boss in years. I fucking love this boss because it was actually much closer to like the intended difficulty for a lot of WoW players. And actually it turns out there's a lot of Mythic raiding guilds that prefer something closer to Gallywix than they did like Ansarek, which was right before it, right? And that kind of did show that like there's a lot of people that would maybe benefit from the tuning, the extreme levels of tuning, maybe the idea behind the pinnacle of that being like reduced, you know. So I think there's merit to that. I think there's some guilds that would like that, but I'm glad they still make the hard stuff.
Those bosses in that state, and given the option of if we made a boss that was killable by Hall of Fame guilds from the outset, those top 3 guilds would steamroll it, and we wouldn't have the competition. We wouldn't have those moments that allow them to distinguish themselves from each other and really show who is the best at a given moment in time for a given season. And so the approach we do take, and that we'll continue to take, is to kind of tune them at superhuman levels early on, and then progressively nerf them down so that they're accessible to mere mortals as the season continues. But that's really an approach we only ever want to take for the last couple of bosses in a mythic tier. Ideally, everything else, Hall of Fame guilds, cutting edge guilds should be able to go in and feel like they can make real progress.
Well, if that's his take, I wonder if that take has changed, or if for some reason over the course of like a year they just kept making 4th and 5th bosses that were like fucking nuts as an accident. Like it was literally an accident every time. Like they're going into the next tier, like, boy, we're not going to do Brood Twister or Styx again, and they just fucking did it. Like, because I think the popular community opinion was like they are doing this on purpose. It has to be on purpose. They just keep doing it, right? And it's crazy to think that I'm pretty sure from what he's saying is that they were just all goofs. They were all just made too hard on accident, which is kind of crazy, honestly. Especially because it was just the same spot in the raid.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of things to touch on there. Interestingly, like, I find it so fascinating because, like you said, it's the chicken and the egg, right? And it's this arms race between Blizzard and add-on developers. And I think WoW players, and especially MMORPG players in general across the board, are used to being able to have their game be so customizable. There are a lot of games out there that you just don't have the same levels of customization that you have. I can load up an add-on page and have millions of available add-ons, and if I can think it probably exists, right? So there is a lot of freedom, and I think the player base has just been so used to a freedom of being able to make whatever they want whenever they want, and maybe that there is a little bit of maybe policing of that might need to exist, and I think it would have been really cool to see players, especially World First players, as they're sitting there going, this would be impossible without this tool that we're using. It's like, well, hey, give it a shot. And I was sitting there on the broadcast going, well, I'd just like to see it then. Just give it a shot. Like, because we're testing 2 different variables. It's like you're saying it's impossible, but you haven't. I don't know. Like you say, they would have the level of communication and coordination needed, I would think. So it would have been very, very cool to see. But I get that they're going to take any advantage, especially when so much is on the line. Yeah,
and we're gonna, and some of that is we are going to continue to evolve. Our encounter team. We all are learning some new lessons and having to relearn a little bit how to build in this world and kind of recalibrate
that totally makes sense.
What is fair to expect players to do, what's easy, what's really challenging, what is adequately communicated. Because I think we have also grown accustomed in the last dozen years.
Yeah, I've heard people say that, like, okay, they knew that, like, add-ons weren't going to be a thing, but then how do you make something like the memory game? How do you make something like the interrupt thing? And that just comes down to, at least for the race, they do not have the ability of, like, creating the hardest difficulty stuff and testing that it's possible in-house. They have said multiple times on interviews with me, just all over the place, we do not know what these guilds are capable of. A lot of times they make bosses and then they buff them by 20% and they're like, we'll see if these guilds can do them. And sometimes we can. And they're like, that's fucking insane. I have no idea how they did that. And sometimes they make Raszageth, right? They make less Raszageth than the other thing. They've actually made really well-tuned, really hard end bosses. Like the fact they didn't have to nerf Ansarek is like fucking insane. But like Ansarek is an example where they were like, dude, there was like 5 times on this boss we were positive we were going to have to nerf it, and then you guys just figured it out. So like because of that, and they can't ever buff a boss after it comes out, right? They can only nerf it. So they're always going to err on the side of it being too hard, which is I think why this tier happened where, like I think without like some kind of interrupt tracking, at least without boss frames, it's like the consistency of the interrupts is like really fucking hard. Having like an interrupt thing for that made that way easier. I think that mechanic was probably a little harder than it needed to be without that. But like they don't know that until we try it, because they don't know what we're capable of doing. So it is they're in a very hard spot, I think, for making that stuff, and they usually do a very good job.
Years to designing in a world where
Didn't they buff March of Kildanos before it went live by like 15%? I hope, if there's one thing I hope in the like WoW Race World First community, is people understanding boss buffs. I never want anyone to react ever again to a boss being buffed before it is ever pulled or is ever released. This happens every single raid, almost on every single boss, because they simply take the damage we're doing and they have a better estimation of what we are capable of, and they buff, nerf, and tune bosses before we're there. Every tier, it only becomes a Wowhead article or something people talk about when like it's an important boss or something, and then every time it's posted, people react like this is something new that happens, when it happens literally every time. Every time, every raid, the last couple of bosses, or in this last raid, when a new raid is coming out, they're like, oh my god, it was buffed by 15%. I feel like some people take that and they're like, oh my god, they're going to make it crazy fucking hard now. But really what they're doing is, well, okay, the Beleren thing was different. They literally pivot swapped that to be the second to last boss because Illyria wasn't as hard as it should have been. That's separate. But the like Lura being buffed, bro, tuning an end boss in week 2 when we never get there in week 1 basically, based on the gear we're gonna have at the reset or whatever, is like, bro, that's been happening for 10 years every single raid. It is not a news story, and yet people keep still bringing it up like it's some crazy thing that happened, and it's just normal. Like before, but like that's like saying right now, like, oh, dude, this boss on PTR seemed undertuned compared to like where it should be, but it's like, yeah, it's not out yet. And there's like, in my opinion, there's no difference in them buffing or nerfing a PTR boss by 50% today versus like the day before it comes out. It's the same thing. Anything that happens before a boss is pulled ever is not like buffing or nerfing. It's just like they're just tuning it for what it will be when you get there, right? Why is this muted? Oh.
Build an add-on to solve it.
Yeah.
But we would also generally have an understanding of like, well, this is likely how it's going to play out. This is a reasonable amount of coordination. This is enough. This is how much time we need to give people to react for this to feel like a mythic level challenge. And we're having to like recalibrate and rediscover a lot of those solutions. I mean, I will say at the same time, obviously a lot of focus on the memory game or uninterrupt tracking, but even like very simple things. There's a, I remember Echo had a catastrophic wipe late in the secret phase due to just, the like spread out within the circle beam mechanic. That's the kind of thing that back in the day, last expansion, an add-on would have trivially solved, right? It would have been one person gets assigned to back left, one person gets assigned to back right.
Oh, maybe yes. I was actually thinking like no, because I think like when people get it, they kind of know if they're going left, right, or whatever. But yeah, you're having to listen to someone say left, because it doesn't just say left on your screen because it can't know what order you got it in. So that's actually true. But there's another thing too, where you know how like the star things have like 2 different shapes, right? They have like the, I don't know if they're 6-sided or not, but they like, I think it's like this, and then it's just this rotated 45 degrees, something like that. It's like, oh, it's gonna like run into the other one, but is it that? Are those the 2 things? It's not drawn very straight, but you get the idea. So before, these 2 things would actually have 2 different spell IDs. So not only could you have on someone's screen say like left and the other person says right or whatever, you would actually have this person, it would say left, right? It would say left for this person, and then this person would see like back left or straight back or something, because it would just basically mean like the raid is obviously going to be here, and in this scenario you could go straight back and the raid would be here. Like you would make sure all the people are completely safe, and you don't have to think about, like right now, I think what usually happens is you take this, you get this, you go left, and then you're like, okay, left is safe. But you do the same thing with this one. You take this one, you go left, and you're like, oh wait, the raid's gonna get hit. I need to go up or down. But like before, these 2 things would have 2 different spell IDs, and you would actually be able to like have a hard position assigned via add-ons. So very good example.
Like
you'd hear that
Right,
You know,
exactly. It would be like, okay, these are the three people. Person one go here, person two go
Yeah.
here. It would have been
Move
pre-solved in
left.
a way that was pre-mapped.
Yeah.
Exactly. And it's like, you know what? That's not an impossible mechanic, but it's harder. Like that.
That mechanic is a lot harder than it looks. It's like a Magmarax, a boss that like appears to be so simple that you like lull yourself to sleep. It's really punishing if you like, because you needed everyone alive in the whole phase. If one person ever got hit by that, you basically were fucked in progression. So, I think like people look at it as like a crazy thing to mess up, but it was actually like honestly like pretty easy to mess up.
Became a mechanic that could wipe one of the best three guilds in the world at a crucial moment, because there's a lot going on, and you
I think
need
they
to
were
see
just
it a few
tired
times,
and
that's
maybe
like
maybe
that
nervous.
should be part of the process.
They were in
of
that phase a lot
learning
more
an
than they should
encounter,
have been.
as opposed
I think
to
we had
seeing the
3
thing once,
times
having your
less the
add-on
amount
author write a tool
of
for you,
or a
and
third of the
then
amount of
having
secret
it
phases.
solved externally.
Yeah.
And so there may be places where we overshot in terms of complexity or coordination, but I think I am happy and really optimistic about the foundation that we've built upon and what the future will look like as we continue to evolve raid mechanics in this new, more consistent world.
Well, you're already as well with 12.1 because of Ulatek, if I'm pronouncing that correctly, but you have some improvement to some of the like telegraphing of some mechanics already, with like a lot of sort of frontal.
Didn't we already
like you've
do
already
that?
said, I think the dragon in this in Voidspire, Taliesin and Nevertel, I think they've got the twin dragons. They do a frontal beam that is a little bit wispy around the edges. You said, okay, if we design that fight now in 12.1, we would have a solid block line.
Yes.
It would be a lot
I love
more
hearing that.
sort of, visually
Better visuals are always good.
Yeah, easily digestible. There.
They did that
so
in the
you're
War
already
Within.
making
Yeah,
some changes.
yeah. Like basically, yeah, you're right. I think they did that after the, like during the Galliwix raid. They made way more obvious puddles. I think it was mainly puddles, right? The visuals were about puddles. I think they've done a decent job with puddles, although there have been some that are just like not good. But I think it's frontals is what they're really focusing on now. And yeah, that's another one that's like not super obvious.
Is that to help with the combat? And I think this is a thing. I know that there was a lot of criticism about add-ons and stuff going into Midnight, but I think what's important for players to consider is just the fact that this is a process and it's going to take some time. But I think we're in this new era of World of Warcraft. You know, we are in the WoW 2.0. And this is what it looks like, and it's that development.
Yeah. And you know, I don't want to dismiss some of the bumps and the frustrations along the way.
Course.
I get it, right? But I think the worst is by far behind us, and I think, you know, we have
that is true. I think some people will hear this and like be triggered. Like, of course she's saying that, but like this section about add-ons, bro, I don't think any add-on thing is ever going to. I could be wrong, right? I don't think any add-on thing is going to be worse than the beginning of this expansion. Everyone's having to download a bunch more add-ons than they had previously. They all are really low quality, like they were from 8 years ago, because they were created on the spot with a new API. There were weird restrictions that have been pulled back and made better in 100 different ways. It is the worst is absolutely behind us. I just agree with that completely.
pretty solid foundation at this point, and I'm excited about.
Yeah, bro, we had to replace icons in our like in the game files. Like, bro, what are we doing
The
here?
transition and the direction for cohesive systems and encounter design going forward.
Ian is just so jittery. I wonder if he had just pulled an all-nighter and had to slam an M for this. I'm really jittery too. I don't know if it's an ADHD thing for him or just whatever, but like I don't really think about that at all. I don't think it matters. Some people are just like that when they're talking about stuff they're really passionate about.
Yeah, amazing. Yeah, and I think the last thing that's interesting to note on what you just said there about raiding and top guilds, and if you design fights in a way that the top guilds can have their fun with it, and like you said, there's the distinction between the top 3, top 5, even the top 10 guilds in the world compared to everyone else. Something that's just so interesting is just looking at World of Warcraft and how the raid design is. There is that expectation that things will get tuned, that you know, knobs will be turned and stuff, and there will be rebalancing. So I think it's one of those things that, like, you know, that things are going to get addressed over time, and you know that things are going to be made more approachable as well. And we have seen, you know, changes to the bosses already. So kind of in a similar vein ish is I want to ask you about, like, what would you say to people that feel like we're getting content now faster than ever. It feels like we have roadmaps, we have clear distinctions on how content's going to be being released, and there just seems like there's so much content. What would you say to people that feel like maybe if there's a bug here, there's a bug there, there's maybe this system is designed, but maybe it's not fully fleshed out yet. Maybe it needs a bit more time, but does it get given the time? Like, what would you say to people that maybe think about that with the current state of things?
First off, I would say thank you for the feedback. I think it's super valid that it feels that way if it ever feels.
What would you say to people that think WoW is developing too quickly? Let me hear how he phrased that again.
How content's going to be being released, and there just seems like there's so much content. What would you say to people that feel like maybe if there's a bug here, there's a bug there, there's maybe this system is designed, but maybe it's not fully fleshed out yet. Maybe it needs a bit more time, but does it get given the time? Like, what would you say to people that maybe think?
I think this is a good question, but maybe it would have been better if it was phrased. Here's what I want to hear the answer to. Last couple expansions you guys made before the War Within, we expected basically 3 major raids, 3 major patches, and then there was a 0.5 and a 0.7. Those expansions were 2 years long. Now, that seems to be the same cadence. It seems to be that there's even more content within an actual season, within like the 0.5 and 0.7s. Like they've gone harder on those. But you have 6 months less time in every 2-year cycle to do that. What are the challenges with that? Do you feel like that is part of a reason why some patches can release more buggy? Is there less time to test it? That's what I would want to hear. Hopefully he answers
that with the current state of things.
First off, I would say thank you for the feedback. I think it's super valid that it feels that way. If it ever feels like something is rushed or half-baked, that's not something that we're going to take lightly. I think we want to understand what more players we're hoping for from a given system, from a given feature, and take that to heart and do better the next time. I think there are a lot of players, as you mentioned earlier, a lot of different perspectives, a lot of different desires. And we are trying to serve a very diverse, very large audience. And so there are times where we're putting out content that someone may look at and be like, I don't see the point of this content. Who's it for? It may just not be for them. That's fine,
yeah.
Right? There's also players who are playing a ton, have exhausted everything there is to do, and need something more. There are players who have less free time and who feel like they're struggling to keep up. We're trying to strike a balance across all of those audiences. I can say, we definitely committed to a faster patch cadence from Dragonflight onwards, and I think I'm proud of the team's efforts to have.
It was Dragonflight. I was about to say it started in the War Within, but he is right. It was Dragonflight. Dragonflight was when it was basically 5 months in between races for me, which is the same as patches. While the expansion was going on, which is way faster than it was before that.
I've been able to continue to meet that cadence over the years. That was coming out of...
Yeah, except now you have, after Dragonflight, you now have 6 months less time to get a head start on the new expansion. And is that ever going to catch up to you?
Long droughts during BFA and Shadowlands where we heard loud and clear from players that having months go past without anything new, without any meaningful updates to the game was not acceptable to them. And so we adopted a more agile approach that lets us get out smaller, medium-sized, different-sized pieces of content in between these major, seasonal tiers and major content updates. Now, just because we move faster doesn't mean that we are sacrificing.
Reptar got very excited.
We are never going to put something in a patch if it's not ready. If anything, the fact that we have these 8-week patches roughly means that if something is not ready now, we can just slip it into the next patch and give it the time it needs. Whereas years ago, when there wasn't the next patch, when the next patch might be 4 months away, that actually put more pressure on the team to, in some cases, work overtime, do whatever they could to get the thing into this patch because there wasn't going to be another chance if we missed it. Whereas we have a number of features, a number of systems improvements over the years
that makes sense.
That originally were intended for a .5 that fell into the .7 that were meant for the .7 that moved into .0 or the next .5, and that flexibility is a reflection of how we, maintain a commitment to quality. An 8-week patch cadence is an aspiration. It's not an ironclad set in stone thing. If we are looking at the reports we're getting from QA about, the bug count or the stability of a patch, or the feedback we're getting from PTR about people being unsatisfied with a key portion of the patch, we're not just going to push it out because, well, we told ourselves 8 weeks is what it has to be, even if it's not the right thing for players. Now, it's obviously not lost on me, pretty recent.
Chat showing they know nothing of software dev. What's chat saying? Kappa, utter lies. I mean, look, I can understand how some people, I think like the gamer and the developer have a very weird relationship, and I'll just leave it at that. But I personally have talked with Ian a lot. I find him to be a trustworthy and very smart person. I don't think that he's ever like made something up to me, or I've ever like felt sketched out by him. So this is just my own personal opinion. I don't think what he's saying is full of shit at all. I actually like fully believe. You could think that I'm like lost or dumb or something, though. I could see that could maybe be along the line of thinking of how you got to where you got to already. But yeah, just if this matters, you're listening to my stream right now. I firmly believe this guy doesn't like show up on these interviews and just make shit up at all.
Was 12.05's release, and a lot of understandable consternation among players about like, wow, this seems really buggy. Is Blizzard moving too quickly? Are they sacrificing quality for speed, for quantity?
Talk about 12.0.5 though.
Because as we said,
like, didn't he have to like publicly say how bad that patch's quality was, right? I feel like this would be a good time to bring that up.
And as I think we have done better with 12.07 and resolve to continue to do better going forward, I don't think that the way 12.05 rolled out was a function of us trying to move too quickly. If anything, I think there's some systemic issues, some process issues on our end that I think we have worked to improve and to resolve based on what we learned from how that patch went. If anything, it was actually us being a bit too aggressive in trying to fix bugs very close to the patch release time. We had a patch, we had the builds, like a release candidate for 12.05 nailed down, ready to go. And we ended up putting bug fixes for some relatively minor issues in at the last minute that ended up breaking more major things elsewhere.
Wow, that's insightful.
So, like,
okay,
right. So like, here's some fun behind the scenes look.
It's honestly a lot of talk without actually saying anything. Right now?
Look, one of the most obvious.
I mean, he got asked a question about what would you say to people that like say the faster patch cadence, and I feel like he's laying out like a pretty good. Like I said, I'm pro Ian. I think Ian's smart, right? So maybe you're on the other side of that. So you and I just aren't going to see eye to eye on that. But I know when Ian is doing the lawyer speak, I can't really answer this question. So I'm just saying nothing while saying a lot of words thing. I don't think that's what he's doing right now. He's like trying to give you some insight into what he went through, or what they went through.
Issues obviously was that we had to disable housing for the whole first day of 12.05.
Oh yeah, I remember.
Not a good look, right? Like central feature of Midnight, patch went live. It worked yesterday. Now it's completely disabled. Why? Well, what happened was what we discovered during our internal checks that day, the day of the.
Like, I don't think some people are wrong for that, but I do get the vibe of like some people listen to a lot of these interviews and they have a very jaded like relationship with WoW, and then by proxy their developers, and they basically listen to interviews hoping for this person to sound stupid or to further like make valid their feelings about them or the game or both. And when that doesn't happen, either you're making something into that isn't, like, oh, this guy's just saying bullshit, he's always fucking wrong, And then you're just looking for that. And if it's not happening, you're like making it into that for something else. That's not all of you that, by the way, like perfect, tons of reasons to be mad at stuff they do and say and stuff like that. And you're not wrong for that. And I'm hopefully not like categorizing you all into one place, but I feel pretty confident that there's a decent amount of people that could be described by what I said.
Patch deploy was that if you were people who zoned into their houses, had any decor that were off the ground in any way, snap to the ground, and do so in a way that like permanently change their placement in the house, destroying a lot of people's setups. Obviously very disruptive, and it was something that we said, you know what, like we don't want to keep the servers down for a whole day for this. Let's bring the servers up, but let's disable access to housing until we can fix this.
To be fair, that jaded attitude is well earned after some stuff Blizz pulled in the last decade, like the lying about legendaries and Legion. People, how does this live in your mind for that long? I mean, that's actually a fact, though. That actually pissed me the fuck off, too. Like, if you were playing in Legion, it wasn't like a conspiracy. Like, you got your first 2 legendaries right away if you weren't, like, one of those lucky people in your guild that, like, randomly had the legendary bug where they just looted, like, infinite legendaries. Everyone had 2. When Emerald Nightmare came out, everyone got their 3rd and 4th in that week that were doing, like, world tours and stuff. And then you were at 4 for, like, 3 months. And then, like, a switch flipped and everyone started looting legendaries in the same week. It was so clear that there was, like, some kind of, like, soft cap on that. And they basically said there wasn't, and I will still never believe that to this day.
Now, how did that break?
Like, bro, there's literally no way an entire group of world tour people running 20, 30-man world tours of all the raids don't loot legendaries for weeks, and then, like, everyone's getting them at the same time. That's not possible. It's not
All right. Well,
statistically
I know
possible.
this is going to inspire some spaghetti code memes on Reddit and comments and elsewhere, but
Don't
like
worry, nobody will watch my interview, and you're fine. You can say whatever you
totally.
need. Yeah.
There was a last minute bug that we
Okay,
found
Grandpa. Bro,
with
Legion
the
ain't
Siege
Grandpa
of
status.
Orgrimmar
Come on.
elevator. Yes, Pandaria raid, Siege of Orgrimmar, where
Wait, hold on.
Reddit and comments and elsewhere, but
Don't
like
worry, nobody will watch my
So this is
interview,
what
and you're
happened in
fine. You can say whatever you
12.1.5,
need.
or one of
Yeah.
the things that happened.
there was a last minute bug that we found with the Siege of Orgrimmar elevator. Yes, Pandaria raid, Siege of Orgrimmar, where players would fall, like there's a bug that was like, hey, you fall through the elevator. And it was like, well, okay, we should fix this bug. It's legacy content, but there's people still mount farming and stuff. Let's get a fix for this bug in. That bug fix went in just a few days before 12.05. Because of the complex interdependent nature of 20 to 25 years worth of code, aspects of what controls how a player attaches to an elevator object also touch on some aspects to how different objects can be parented to each other or stacked in housing placement. And so fixed the elevator bug, elevator worked, QA went in, verified.
A Siege of Orgrimmar elevator
All right,
broke
we're good to
housing.
go.
Amazing.
We did not go back and check housing during that like final day and a half before the patch went live, until of course it blew up. And so it's like, in retrospect, the answer really was for us to say, this is not a critical bug. We should not fix this.
That's hard though, because then, like, okay, obviously the example of the Siege of Orgrimmar elevator is like whatever. But like there's you could have something that small that might be something very specific to you. Like, let's say it's like a Mythic Plus elevator or like a Mythic Plus mob that ends up breaking housing. Like, obviously everyone wants all bugs to be gone, but there's, I guess, some complication in like you fix bugs and it breaks everything else.
Window
I don't know
had
anything
right
about game
before
dev.
we released the patch. We
That's
should have
crazy.
gone ahead with the stable build, released it,
20-year-old
rolled
game
that out as a
problems.
hotfix later on with not the same immediate short-term risk. So it's that sort of thing, right? It's lots of moving pieces, and I think we have done a better job in 12.07 and going forward of kind of carving out what we call a moratorium in the days before a given patch is going to go live, where we just like stop messing with it. We're like, all right, this is stable. It's gone through all the QA checks. It's good to go. Don't mess with it. And then on the other side, once we're live, we can keep tweaking without that, the time pressure of an imminent ship date coming up. So that's how that happened. Game development is full of all kinds of fun quirks and surprises.
Yeah, it doesn't sound stressful at all.
No.
Yeah, I mean, so when you said originally that if we wanted player housing, it would cost us a raid tier, it was actually Siege of Orgrimmar. That was
Yeah,
a raid
okay,
tier.
cool.
I did say that we were going to chat
What
a
is
little
this?
bit about
What are the results of the Sporefall raid design? Future of raiding? ?
Sporefall. We have already touched a little bit on raiding. So just going back.
Let me just look at the rest of the questions real quick. Any plans to address some of the friction points of raiding? Loot acquisition is so rapid it's blurring the lines between the player base and social expectations. Can skip that. Retail and classic release schedule overlaps. Don't care about that. Okay, we have basically one question left. Here we go. Sporefall thing.
I mean, we mentioned the fact that there's these multiple raid tiers this season. We had Sporefall introduce as the standalone boss a few weeks ago, and that's actually been really fun to interact with. So for players that don't know too much about like Spawful and how you've designed it's like you can go in and, I mean, first of all, you can bonus roll on it, which is nice, but you can repeatedly farm it seems, and also it's flexible raid sizes as well on Mythic, which is not something that we've really had. So talk to me about Spawful. Is this sort of like a tester for how you maybe want all raids to work in the future? Is this a one-off? How have the results been? Are you happy with it?
Results have been great. I think we're definitely happy with it. I would say it's somewhere between just a pure one-off experiment and the cohesive future of all raiding. I think, as I alluded to earlier, we're definitely looking to evolve a formula for raids that really hasn't been touched in the past decade. And I think we've heard a lot of feedback about the rigidity of old school Mythic lockouts in a world where people are increasingly looking to start to pug Mythic. There's more sophistication in the community. When we first introduced Mythic 10 years ago, it was like very few people were even attempting pugs there. That's not the case now. I think we've also heard a lot of feedback from heroic guilds that, get ahead of the curve, but maybe don't have a full 20 people and feel like they would like to continue, but don't see a clear path to doing so without like really fundamentally changing the social structure and the nature of their group. At the same time, on Mythic, on the other end of the spectrum, I think there is a lot of value to a fixed raid size for the higher end encounters in the tier, especially where, we know that we need to try to tune them to, a cutting edge level. We know that groups that are very competitively oriented will manipulate raid size and find the best raid size for a different group. And that makes a crappy social experience if it's like your raid leader decided that 18 was the right size for this boss. And so for the next 2 weeks of progression, a few people have to just sit out, and that's just how it's going to go. It's not something we want to fully lean into. So I don't think that like full flexible is the future of Mythic, but could we start to see some flex size Mythic bosses making their way into future raid tiers? I think that's certainly not impossible. Could we see some?
I feel like an easy way to do that would just be like could Chimeras have been a flex raid this tier, like 100p, right? But like I think it'd be weird if it was in the same raid instance, right? Like, could you imagine the first 3 bosses being flex, but then when you're on the 4th boss, you can't pull it with more than... That's so weird. I don't even know how they would do that. I feel like it'd have to be separate instance.
Reevaluation of the rigid Mythic raid locks. Again, maybe
Ooh.
later in the tier, like after the Hall of Fame is full kind of thing. Certainly possible. Nothing fixed to announce right now, but these are all things we're discussing. These are all things that...
Yeah, this is usually the kind of wording they have around things that end up getting fixed like 6 months from now or something, is like whenever he's talking about raid lockouts, right? Yeah, I mean, don't need to talk about Mythic raid lockouts again, but they're outdated.
Are on the table.
Well, something flexible to announce, perhaps. Yeah, I think when I look at a lot of the like the walls that I face when I raid Mythic, right? I have my guild.
Yeah.
We're a high level guild. We clear content. Yippee. But a couple things that I notice is, okay, well, if I'm not needed this week, maybe could I go pug? And if I do want to pug, well, I'm going to get saved to the lockout rather than the boss. That makes me like, we've all been there where you've cleared the first boss on Mythic and then somebody leaves. Well, nobody's going to come and do if you've already killed the bot, because then they're not going to get their weekly vault. And so that's one of the friction points, I think, as well, something that I definitely noticed as well.
His answer to this in the past is that Mythic rating should be like something that you commit to, and they actively like, yes, there is friction there, but we want to push you towards finding a Mythic rating guild to do that with, because we value people's social interaction. Ideally they don't want you playing as a solo player. They want you to make friends, because games are more fun with friends and they keep you playing it longer, stuff like that, right? That was their answer. I mean, I have specifically asked him this in interviews multiple times, and that's always the answer. But the problem is that Mythic isn't Mythic. There's like easy Mythic, which is what people try to pug, and then there's Mythic, and then there's Ultra Mythic, right? And this tier, interestingly enough, they're giving you really good gear from the ultra mythic bosses, right? Like the last two bosses are dropping gear that reflects how much more difficult they are than the rest of the mythic bosses. And the first two bosses in the same way for mythic lockouts is kind of what he's talking about. Like, oh, I got saved to the first boss, someone left, and no one's going to join because then they don't get loot from the first boss because of their lockout. Like the I can understand wanting to push you into a 20-man to do mythic bosses, but I don't think that's necessary for the first two bosses of mythic, which is realistically what people are pugging anyway, maybe three. So I think it's just like, yeah, I mean, you absolutely could make something work like that.
Again, with like players in my guild where they will almost be mercenaries, where they will go and help like friends guilds and things. Like we've already cleared the tier, but they're going to go help a friends guild with maybe Illyria on mythic, and if they could take that character of theirs, go and jump in and help them, where they're getting more, because some people just love to raid. I know as well. Another one for you is I want to raid on. You've made playing alts so fun now, and it's also
Glaze
at a detriment because I want to raid on all of them. I want to raid on mythic on 5 different characters because it's the best way to like gear up, and I want to get access to that loot. And my guild is not going to do 5 alt runs a week, you know, and most guilds won't, unless you're like a world first raider, and even then they're probably not doing that. So
wait, what are we not doing?
And my guild is not going to do 5 alt runs a week, you know, and most guilds won't, unless you're like a world first raider, and even then they're probably not doing that.
Oh yeah, bro, you have no idea. We did 18 spore falls the other day.
So I think those are some of the friction points that I find with mythic raiding. Is that something that you guys identify, or how do you think about some of that that I've said?
I mean, I think you that's a pretty good summary of some of the pain points. I mean, just having
I say we. I wasn't there at all.
Helps with that inherently. I mean, I think even before Sporefall, like just looking at Dreamrift and behavior around Dreamrift, obviously, on the easier end of the spectrum, Mythic Boss, but also the fact that it was a one boss raid, bypassed all the lockout issues, all of those, you know, and all of those other, you know, barriers, and overall was a good player experience. Now, at the same time, we want to be mindful of some of the value that lockouts and structure, you know, a fixed structure both helps with our ability to tune the encounters. I think it does add some social stability and consistency to the size of your experience, as I mentioned. We would also need to think through, you know, what loot style lockouts do for, you know, like the gold boosting and carrying scene at the high end.
Oh yeah, I always forget to think about that.
And splits, and like, does mythic splits become an even more widespread thing? And it's like these are all, at the end of the day, we want to do the thing that's going to be the best experience for the majority of players, but we also need to be mindful that, you know, competitive players will take advantage of every loophole provided, and that can easily distort the way the game is played at the high end in very visible ways that then start to trickle down increasingly to other players. And so we're not going to make any of these changes lightly. I will say, though, like, we are clearly looking towards and likely to move in the direction of increased flexibility in lockouts and structure and things like that. But we're going to take incremental steps along the way, right? Dreamrift was definitely, Sporefall was definitely an experiment in that regard. And I think it's an experiment that's been successful, that is giving us very valuable information.
Okay, I think I'm good with this. What's the next thing? Loot acquisition is so rapid, it's blurring the lines between the player base and social expectations. Yeah, I think I can skip this too. Unless he talks about 9 out of 6 mythic loot. Did he not ask him about that? I feel like that is like the question. Like, even for me, I'm like, you know, obviously I'm biased towards raid. It totally makes sense to me that the last 2 bosses drop higher eye level gear that you can't get anywhere else, because it's the hardest thing you could possibly do, right? In the game for PvE. However, it's still an insane number. Like, it's a fucking insane number. And then even then, let's just forget the ultra mythic 9 out of 6 thing, whatever. Like, dude, just even getting 6 out of 6 mythic loot from the raid in your vault is also just like massive eye level increase. Like, you're gaining so many crests. It's like, yeah, basically mythic plusers are mad because, like, let's just say you don't do mythic raid at all. If someone is taking 6 out of 6 loot from their vault and you're only getting 1 out of 6 loot from the mythic plus vault, you're losing like an eye level a week, basically. that can only be made up once you're like max eye level. So that's pretty tough, and I can understand why Mythic Plusters would be like, "Yo, that stinks." But what Ian is telling you without actually telling you this is he's saying, "Get your rating shoes on, buddy."
This boss, we can.
I mean, all you have to do is pug 2 bosses to get that, though. But yeah,
clear them up in 20 minutes. But
it's weird because like for Mythic Plusters, it's also like a good thing in as well. Like Dratnos made this point yesterday where so from just doing heroic raid, which is very accessible to everyone, right? You can actually get for the first time like mythic track of loot you want from heroic through bonus rolls and stuff, right? Which would also be 6 out of 6, which is like, you know, if there isn't something, if the 9 out of 6 thing didn't exist, you would be able to basically just bonus roll this shit on heroic. And that's a whole nother problem too, because like, at least as of right now, it seems like objectively correct to juice your vault every week just to get bonus roll coins, which is like kind of weird, you know? But anyways, we've all had this conversation. We talk about it a lot on the podcast. It's very interesting that he didn't ask them this question. I feel like this is maybe the number one thing that I'm hearing about right now.
at the same time, like, you know, you want to re-roll, whatever you
Yeah, I'm done there. Anyways, good interview. Love that. Slightly salty that I've been pushing for 1 hour interviews for a while. And I kind of didn't want to do a couple 30-minute ones just to see if it would get them to do an hour. And then they just did one randomly. But all good. We're chilling. We're chilling. Okay. No, it's not overworking. We are gonna show you guys the raid bosses. We're gonna show you guys the raid bosses on heroic. Did someone stream? Usually Kalamazi does like some. He usually does like raid test VODs of everything. If not, I can find someone's like Twitch VOD, but nah, these are all Warlock related. Oh wait. Nah, we got bosses? We got a ton of bosses. Wait, we're missing some though. Right? Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. No, we're not. Okay, let's start with the first boss, which I think is... It's not any of these. Not that. It's Nezkali? Nekzali? I think. This guy? Yeah. Alright, first boss.
Hey, what's up?
Breakdown, and hopefully he just has like the full pull. Okay, kill here. Got it. So, it's a little bit of ad slop, but that's okay. So basically, you get like these little green circles. They go on you. They get dispelled in a certain spot. These will like rotate around the room. And also in the last phase, they pick a person and then charge at them, similar to like Dathia tornadoes in a way, just in the way that they're targeted. So you see them now. It's this thing right here. This like green circle over. These green circles, and they do slowly rotate around the room. You'd have to like really focus on them to see it on heroic, but like they barely move. The boss's room is surrounded by like a bunch of tombs, and yeah, the tombs open and then ads come out of it, and you just have to kill them before they reach the middle. If you break their shield, like until you break their shield, they walk towards the middle. Once you break their shield, they like have aggro. And then you just you just group them up and kill them. You get the idea. This will leave their bodies on the ground, and the whole bit of the boss is like, there's another phase here where the boss goes away, and you get this intermission ad. I think it's coming out soon. No, they're still in P1. Okay, so you eventually just kill all these waves of ads, and then you get the intermission phase. Let's skip ahead. Ritual of Awakening. In Mythic, this is going to be interesting because you're going to have to send down like 5 people at a time. Let me get the quality good. Just 1080p is fine. They kill this guy, and he's going to do Hungering Pyre. So how this works is this circle will burn bodies, and anyone who soaks it will split damage. But then also,
Anyone who's not in this circle will be given a small red circle, and then they can also burn bodies at the end of it. So when this goes off, 3, 2, 1, it's going to burn any of the bodies under it. And then all the people who weren't in it need to like spread out, and they're going to burn bodies when these expire, and they just need to make sure they get as many as possible. What is Kalamazi doing? Does he have time to get there? Oh my god, he burned nothing. So the idea is in the intermission, in the first phase, you're like killing these ads, you're actually killing them in this phase as well. And then also you are trying to have as many people as possible like burn all these bodies so they don't res later. That's the whole bit. It's a pretty basic first boss. I give it points for theme, right? I won't talk about it too much on Mythic just because it's the Mythic first boss, right? You guys will be able to pug this in the first week if you wanted to. So yep. That's it. Moving on. Second boss. So the way this raid works, actually, I might get called out here. I don't know if this is actually true, but I believe how it works is like you do the first boss, and then it... Oh, that's not a brush. You do the first boss, and then it splits into like 2 wings, right? So it has like... So it's boss 1, and then it splits into boss 2, and boss 3. I guess you could look at it that way. And then each one will have like a wing end boss, kind of similar to like a Mirdrasil, if you think about it that way. And then I think you have to, not positive, I think you have to kill both of the like wing end bosses to come together. And then I think you do them in a row. You do 6, 7, and 8. 6, 7, right? So that's the idea. I think that's how the raid works, or the raid works. So maybe you can choose these two, but I kind of doubt that. Okay, so one of those 2 bosses, we'll do the left wing first. So, or I don't know if it's left or right actually directionally, but whatever. All right, so this is a boss that's actually really unique and I think kind of cool. Well, it's not unique in a lot of ways, and in some ways, this is basically Amalgamation Chamber. So, like, you split the 2 bosses up; they can't be stacked up. There's some mechanics happening on one side. There's a soak on one side. There's like some things you dodge on the other. Leaves blood pools. This side has to kill an ad. The idea is you're like stacking up the 2 different dots, right? So like you can see he's actually multi-dotting, I think. I'm surprised. Oh yeah, so he has both dots now. You guys see like the red and the green dot. Like the idea is like you fight the bosses, you get a dot, an intermission happens, and then you swap to the other boss, and now you're getting the other stacks instead. That's like the general idea for this fight. And in the intermission, that's the unique part. They run together, and then everyone is going to get a mark over their head. It's either going to be a 1, 2, a 3, or a 4, and a 1, 2, or a 3. The idea is to get to 4, so you got to do a little math. So if you see Kalamazi here has a 2, how you tell what number you are is the amount of green things. So you see this person's right here. This plus is a 1, or there's only 1 green thing. Right here you see there's 2 green things, and hopefully we see a 3 somewhere. But it's really simple. The 2s just need to combine with each other, because 2 plus 2 equals 4, and the 3s need to combine with 1s. And if you don't combine with the right person, it's an easy boss. It's not a super huge punish. You basically just expire and create a big blood pool that you can like just put somewhere and not really deal with it. So you'll notice Kalamazi is going to be looking around for some 2s, right? You'll notice these 2s are going to come together here, those 2. Kalamazi needs to not run into this person or this person. Kalamazi's like kind of waiting. You see a 3. This guy has a 3 here. The 3 is running into the 1. This 3 is running into that 1. And now Kalamazi is looking for the final 2, which he pinged. And then now they do it. That's it. It's pretty simple. On Mythic, that'll be slightly harder, but like that's the whole thing. Also, this boss has a mechanic in the intermission where it like heals the other one. Like the lower health mob will always get healed by the higher health mob, so you want to keep them at the same HP. That's the entire fight. What happens if an odd number of people? I don't know. Someone won't get the debuff or something? I don't know. I'm sure it won't give you the punish mechanic, but yeah. I wonder if you can assign pings for each number, like assist ping for 1, attack ping for 2. You could probably find a lot of ways. It's a really easy boss. There's no need for any of that. Okay. Let's go to the other like. So we looked at 1 and 2 now. Let's look at 3, which would be like the other side's first boss, which I believe is that Lost Explorers? I think Twin Fangs is the end of one of them. I think it's Vashnik maybe. I think shit, I need to like open the dungeon journal, honestly. They all kind of seem like they could maybe be the second boss. I think Twin Fangs is for sure the end of one of the. Vashnik is the wing end boss for the Golem side. All right, W, let's look at that. All right, so this boss has kind of got some cool shit going on. There's like a purple altar. Let me actually restart Epic Pen here so I can actually use it. I have to set it as admin, and if I don't, it just like doesn't work for some reason. All right, so this is a build-a-boss similar to, I mean, Lei Shen historically was like an end boss with this bit, and Kurog was like maybe the most recent example of them doing a boss like this, but they just did it real bad style. At least in terms of making it a true build-a-boss. So basically, like whatever 2 altars is closest to the boss, he's going to gain a buff from that side, and it's also going to spawn adds from them. And then basically you can rotate. It seems like the way you want to solve it is like you're basically rotating around the room every single time one goes out. So like you'll see he's going to go to the purple one here, which is going to always spawn the 2 closest, which is purple and I believe orange, which is behind Kalamazi you can't see right now. Because it's proximity, not place in the room. So yeah, it has like this shit, which is like same from the last boss from that one dungeon. On Mythic, you're going to need to actually aim these at things, not just dodge them. Okay, so he does Imbibe. So he's going to spawn all the like smallies here, so they put the boss on the smallies. And then now you're going to see Kalamazi almost certainly turn around to deal with the orange ads. Oh, they have a DK grip rotation to get them on the boss here. And they deal with these 2 like big 2-target ads. So purple spawns a bunch of smallies, red spawns 2 larger health mobs, and orange does, and then red on the far side of the room spawns 1 big mob that dies and splits into 2 more, and then splits into 4, and then they die. Okay, so as you go around the room, you'll notice the boss, he has a weird UI, so you don't really see it right now. He's casting something, so you don't see it, but you'll notice he has a purple and an orange buff. So when he casts Imbibe again here, there's also a mechanic that wasn't working. There was supposed to be Armageddon soaks around the middle of the room here. Okay, Imbibe is happening, so now you'll see he has 2 stacks of the purple, and then 1 stack of the orange, and 1 stack of the red. So you'll see it's going to go in an order. After this, he's going to go over here, and then he's going to get a stack of red and orange, and then the purple's going to drop in like a minute, and you get the idea. You just go in a circle, and you kind of just routinely deal with this. Pretty basic early boss. Not much else to say. Little rotate. You can choose which way you want to go. That's the other, like, first boss of a tier. Or no, that's the final, like, that's the one after Entombed Sentinels on that side of the dungeon. So a boss that should be easier than this, we have the council boss of the tier called the Lost Explorers. I know a lot of people have council fatigue. It can just feel like slop. Part of this absolutely felt sloppy. But I think the rest of it had some sauce to it. But yeah, so basically it's like 3 little dudes. And they do some interesting mechanics. So this dude, Trader Gebo, is just confused and runs around all the time. So you usually stack 2 at any given time on a boss. I think there's also a mechanic to where you can't have like 3 of them stacked up or something. So it's like only 2 at a time. But there's times where you want to change that anyway, so it's not weird. Blink Nova goes on a player. It does fall off damage. And you can also place this guy with it. Shell Spin is a bait on melee that you dodge. If you get hit by this, you just get stunned for 5 seconds. Then you can bait it as well, so you don't really have to deal with it. Then they throw boxes down. You need to click on all these boxes. When the boxes are clicked, they give you a stack of bleed. But also, when you open a box, one of them will have a fish in it. And that fish needs to be given to one of the bosses before this like unattackable fourth person in the room here, more Zahi or whatever. A fish? Yeah, fucking fish, bro, because these Tortolans are hungry. So before this guy hits 100 energy here, you see he's at 83 right now. If he hits 100 and you don't feed any of them a fish, you die. And if you feed one of these guys a fish and you can choose which one you want to do in what order, you're going to have to do all three of them by the end of the fight. You're now going to do like their phase. And they each have a distinct phase when they're like in, you know, when they're in their phase. So they do a blink nova here. They're blinking it over there. They're probably going to stack the boss up on it again. And now it's getting close. I'm assuming, I don't see who has the fish. But someone who has the fish here is going to feed it to a boss, hopefully. And we'll see who they chose. Okay. Yep, they fed one. Let's see what they did. Who do they have? Mushroom Toss. They chose to feed Trader Gebo. So what Trader Gebo does is he throws some mushrooms down on players. And you don't want to touch them. What happens is there's going to be a fire ring that spawns. A bomb is going to go on a player, this hunter. Looks like the hunter is going to take it out and put it over there. You see them up here right now. He's going to put it down. When that bomb explodes, it's going to do a big ring of fire. And then everyone is going to need to hit a mushroom and then jump in the air to go over the ring of fire. It's going to happen very shortly. Here it comes. Big ring of fire's coming. Oh no, how do we live this? You jump on the mushroom. Kalamazi's going to port it because he's a warlock. Okay, and then he just does that like 2 or 3 times, and that's his phase. Leave some area denial with the bomb, and that's that. Okay, that's this guy's phase. Let's see what see which one they do next. They're doing the tank guy next. So the tank guy, he just puts like 3 soaks on people that have to be, as you could guess, soaked. They didn't hit that hard. You could like basically solo them, and yeah, you'll see it now. It does a little knockback though. We did have someone get knocked off the edge to that. It was very funny. And that's his phase. Pretty basic. It does give you a Vuln though, so you need to like actually kind of like assign which one. You probably need to like a couple people in each one. All right, and now the last phase, which they're going to get. So this was doable, but very hectic. I think this is not going to look like this. Oh, wait, we might have been having 30-man scaling. Okay, so basically how this works is this guy, when you're in the last guy's phase, he does Frostfire Volley. He's basically going to give an equal amount of frost and fire things. These people will, it looks like they each find a partner. And to remove the pools and each other's debuffs, they have to run into each other's pools, and it does raid damage when they blow it up. So you'll see, like this guy drops a fire puddle. He now has a fire debuff. You can see it on here. To get rid of his fire debuff, he needs to run into a frost thing, which will clear that pool and do raid damage. So looks like they're popping most of them right now, and then they pop the rest of them. And then it's just going to do it again. Okay, this is the first time I'm seeing this on 15. It looks like 16 man. On 30 man, this was an absolute fucking meme. Like, let me just tell you that right now. This shit was not okay on 30 man. It was spawning like every fucking global, and basically Melee were just permanently AFK this entire phase. It was real good. Looks like the boss despawned in their face there because the next one came up. All right, let's get into the stuff that is nice. Okay. So let's look at Twin Fangs, actually. This is the boss right after that. So this is the last wing end boss before it does like the row of 3 at the end. Okay, so it's like two snakes, so it's 2 target cleave. They give you stacks. If you ever get to 10 stacks on heroic, you instantly die. To gain stacks, there's a few ways to do it, but one of them is this mechanic here where it spawns these like green puddles. You'll see, like, you see those green puddles? It spawned like an ooze right there. There's an ooze right there, an ooze ball. When you soak those, you get a stack. It never goes away. If you get to 10 of those stacks, you die. That thing over there is a tank mechanic. The main mechanic to remove stacks is coming up after these ads. It will spawn an ads with these lasers. You kind of move the ads away. It's fine. Then there's a blood spread. You get these little spread circles. And then at the end, it's going to place a blood pool on you that will grow. Okay, and now there's this blood soak from the blood snake. So what this does is this will remove, it does 3 individual hits. Each one will remove 1 stack of this. However, and then it's going to spawn an ad based on how many debuffs were cleared. And then you have to kill the ad based, and it has an amount of HP. Like if you like remove all your stacks, if everyone soaks, this is going to be a fucking massive ad, right? So, like, we found some fun in this because, like, you don't have to clear everyone's stacks every time, right? You only die when you get to 10, right? So, sometimes when we had 2 minutes up, we removed everyone's stacks. And sometimes when you had no CDs up, it was like, okay, well, this thing's going to take forever to die. Let's just not actually spawn a huge ad here. So, like, that we found to be, like, kind of efficient. And that's like a more interesting mechanic than it seems. Like, I think you're gonna end up, you know, like doing some creative things with that, I think. And then you kill one more set of these ads, and then you're about to see the entire fight cadence here. So the boss is going to cast, I don't even know what the fuck it's called, but dude goes into the middle, and then you're going to have to look at his balls. Okay, they finish this ad. This ad goes to the middle, the other ad goes away. This guy, you see his balls are going right. See how his balls are rotating right? I'll rewind it again. Okay. And then you need to decide which way to go to, because he's going to beam straight down here in a line, and then it's going to go the direction that the balls are going. So you see that the balls are going right, which means it's going to beam here, and it's going to go all the way around the platform this way. Obviously, the beam will kill you when it comes out. So you'll notice that they notice it's going right, so they kind of like pre-position to the left of it, and then they don't really have to deal with it much, and then they kind of follow it around. You're able to hit the boss during this, and then after this beam, the bosses stack up again, and then it just repeats the fight, and you go around in a circle, and you just do that. That's the entire encounter. Mythic has a few changes, but the most significant is now you instantly die when you go above 7 stacks instead of 10, so that's what's going on here. Cool fight. I think this is nice. We're getting into like the later bosses in the raid, and in my opinion, of like the ones that we've seen, we haven't seen the end boss. I think they're all like pretty cool. It's weird to do a whole spin when it's really just move to the other side. Yep. Okay, here we go. Also, they straight up copied this boss from WildStar. One second. WildStar Dread Phage Omna. Quick shout out. Quick shout out.
In 3, 2, 1, go.
Okay. They jump down. They're doing a big snake, right? They're fighting a big snake. Okay, they have some forbidden add-ons going on right now, but hopefully I can show the... Okay, it's just not loading. Cool. Let's just actually go to real YouTube. Maybe that will be whatever the fuck is better than what I'm looking at right now. Okay. They do a big beam they have to run around. Think about it. Wait, it's not over. There's like, not the little snake ads. We need to go to like the last phase where they spawn, or P3, yeah. And load. And load. What game is this? WildStar, bro. This is a beast mode fight. All right, you get the boss to like 20% or something, and now you have to like fight his little ads on the end, bro. Tell me that ain't what was just happening. Think about it. Think about it. Real shit. Okay. All right, moving on. Only one snake doesn't count. Yeah, you're right. Moving on. Now we're on to like the last 3. So we've seen these 3 bosses here. We've seen all 5 of these bosses right here. That's what we looked at. All right, now we're looking at the thing that makes every raid, the last 3. Actually, the last 2. bosses 6 and 7, you could say, because we haven't seen the 8th one yet. Okay, let's look at Scissorak, which is basically Scissorak with one S, but they added 2 because he's a snake. Oh, Twin Fangs is the 6th? Oh, wait, I'm dumb as hell, man. Wait, how many bosses are in this raid? Scissorak is before Twin Fangs? Oh, dude, I'm dumb as hell. Oh, that's so sad. I had it wrong on where they actually were placed. Okay. So that means that Twin Fangs might be like tuned real crazy style. And the coiled or not the coiled ultra, sorry. Scissorak is going to be, oh, that's so sad. Dude, Scissorak has sauce. Damn, they're going to make Scissorak Rashok instead of like Sludge Fist. That's so sad. Dude, this boss has sauce, by the way. I'm actually really sad he's not later in the raid. Damn. Okay. All right, so this is the fight. So basically, all right, dodge some tornadoes. There's like a intricate tank frontal that is some combination of soloing plus a group soak. That's not what makes this boss have sauce. Now he's going to give like some puddles. And the puddles are like, he spawns around him, but like potentially can be removed. So you'll notice here, do you see how this thing has like 1 and this one has 3? This is telling you in the intermission where the winds are going to come from and in what order. So let's see how they're actually doing this here. They're placing a circle that will knock back the entire raid when it is soaked. No way, there's no more math. Nah, it ain't math. Oh, then there's this mechanic. So this mechanic, as you can see, is going to make you go in a certain direction. So this guy has a circle, and it's going to shoot him in this direction. And if it otherwise was not stopped or he couldn't port it or something, he would just fly off the platform and die. But what he's done is he's found another person. This guy has an arrow facing this way, and this guy has an arrow facing this way. And the fight works as it cancels each other out. So you like spread out with this, and then you'll see you'll knock yourself forward. Boom! But because you hit someone of the opposite thing, you just don't go anywhere, right? On Mythic, there are 4 of these. One going in each direction. Okay. Now you're doing more of this phase. Same thing. You're placing some puddles, looks like rotating around the room. And then now the intermission is going to start after this, where he casts Dig In. This is a damage amp. You're able to hit him with a damage amp during this. And then if you placed puddles correctly, now you get to knock yourself. Basically, someone in your raid is going to hit one of these green things to knock yourself so no one gets knocked off from the winds. Okay, well, that is not, what they did there is not optimal. But it works. They just almost got one shot, which will give you a dot and then keep you safe from the winds. And then they're going to get knocked in a different direction, which they get hit by this one, and now they're safe from that. Obviously, they're playing it safe. Basically, with good positioning here, you could just have full damage uptime hitting the boss during all of this. And then the winds will go the third direction, which you know where they are, so they planned for it. They get hit by the last one, and now they kill the boss. And if they planned correctly, these pools from P1 will be gone, but it looks like they didn't, so these pools are there for the rest, well, until the next winds happen. But basically, you could also have the pools be placed in a position where, you know, they will get knocked off the platform if you deal with that. This is so this is it. This is basically the fight. I think this fight owns. And I'm kind of sad it's not as far in the raid as it was going to be. I could see this have been like just a really, really sick fight. Are the wins different each time? Yeah. I mean, there's 6 potential spots it can come from, and you see them from what I saw with Kalamazoo earlier. Like, he doesn't really pan around the whole room, but like basically there's 6 potential spawning locations. There's one like here, and then it's off the screen, but it's like to the left over there. And then there's one on the opposite side of the room that mirrors that. And yeah, this is how you know, like, this wind, because it has one wind thing, is going to go first. And then there's another one you can't see that is 2. And then there's this one, which is 3. Dude, Kevin, I was just saying that. I gave the stream, like, a little bit of lore about the Heroes Hearth thing. I'm like, bro, you guys don't even know where this shirt is from. Like, we were fucking randomly sponsored by, like, a Heroes of the Storm website. And then also, like, dude, our first sponsor situation is just so fucking funny if you were there. The fucking GNC channel, man. Our Jaina kill is still on their YouTube channel. I didn't even know that. That's so good. Yeah. Yeah, it didn't last very long. Okay, cool. So this is like not the second to or third to last boss. That's Twin Fangs, which is very sadness to me because I mean, am I wrong in thinking that like this boss just has more? Like, think about third to last bosses, bro. Like your Sludge Fists, your Nexus Princess Kaiveza, right? Like that's a spot where you can really cook. Like that's a good boss. It can be a really good boss. It can also be a really bad boss. Shout out Fractalus, but it can also be a really good boss. And I feel like if you're going to make the hardest possible version of Siserac, it's just going to be better than the hardest possible version of Twin Fangs, especially because Twin Fangs is 2-target, and 2-target in this game is one of those things that's really, really hard to balance. So we'll see what that looks like. But okay. Moving on to the second to last boss, which I tweeted about, and I said this boss absolutely turbo bangs. So hopefully we watch their kill. Oh, they killed it. Nice. Okay, so we're going to get to see all 3 phases. All right. This boss has the juice. Okay, so it spawns some shit on the ground. These things do passive raid damage when they're out, so you want to clear them. How do you clear them? You hit them with the tank frontal. How do you stack them up? To put them in a spot where the tank frontal can hit them, any player can run into them and pick them up, and then they're going to put them in a position and stack them up so the tank can hit all of them. I didn't see anyone that killed it his chapter as a lie. Yeah, we fucking killed it. Fucking easy. She was actually pissed. Okay. No, it was actually pretty hard for a heroic boss. So they're stacking all this shit up so they can do some frontals. So Sever happens. Obviously, you got to dodge these little things. And then the boss does Guillotine, which you're going to see here. It's just like a group soak. And then it does a big thing you got to get out of. Then you go to the other side of the room. And then you do that. That is the cadence of P1, generally speaking. I'm really hoping at least they get into P3 here so we can talk about that. I assume they will. Like P2 is like pretty easy. Okay, so then you kill Zul'Jin, right? Which is a fun lore fact. That is Zul'Jin's grandfather. Okay, so this all happens. They keep blowing this up. You get the idea. All right, very basic heroic P1. They get into P2. Oh, yeah, by the end of the phase, by the way, when you kill this guy, it explodes any previously unsoaked ads. So you'll notice they sever 3 ads here. They get 3 stacks, but then because he dies, it also blows up the remaining ones in the room, so they go to 9. Realistically, if this happened on, like, a well-tuned version of this boss, you're probably getting murdered bad. At least on Mythic. But yeah, that's the idea. All right, then you fight the second version of this boss, Hexlord Malakras, which is Razageth's daughter, surprisingly. Okay, and then it's going to spawn these spirits. So these spirits are going to be targeting players. You see them? All right, so they're not targeting Kalamazi, I don't think, but basically how it works is when you look at them, they don't move, and otherwise they chase you. So what I'm assuming they're going to do, very similar to P1, as you could probably expect, the way you remove these is with the tank frontal. These are basically just the green blobs from P1, except they're ghosts that chased you, which is kind of cool. Also, there's this ad you have to kill. Every time you kick it, it moves spots in the room. Honestly, I'm kind of sad they're not kicking it here because this is kind of a huge meme mob. Like, you can either kick it and it's like right on top of you, or it's literally so far away. But yeah, so yeah, they're just kicking it and it's moving around. Whatever. That ad just needs to die. It's really easy in this difficulty. Now the tank is going to soul sever, which is going to kill those souls. So you'll see these players that had these, like, kited them, like maybe Jack here got it over here. He kited it here, moved here, and then looked at it, and now that spirit right here isn't moving. That's pretty much how you do this. And then, oh, except he's not looking at it, and it's chasing him. He's failing. It got killed anyway. Okay. That's basically this phase. Oh, there's one more mechanic. It's like this big purple... sorry, there's Jailer MCs. Dread March happens. So it's going to MC a few people, and then those people are going to try to run off the edge. They're going to be like right under the boss here. So these two people get MC'd. They break them out really quickly. Super easy. They do this again. I think I must have missed the other mechanic happening. There it is. So these purple circles. So when these explode, anyone who's hit by it, which should ideally obviously just be the only people that are in them, they're going to get spirits. Think kind of like Nexus King, where you had to like look at the two spirits as they ran into you, but instead of that, there's just going to be 3 spirits, and you just have, they're very easy to see, and you just have to run into them before the timer runs out, which is like 20 seconds on heroic, and then it goes away. It's a very easy mechanic, but unless Kalamazoo gets it, I can't actually show you what it looks like. But you'll see, like, do you see like these people's debuffs right here, right here, right here? So they have 2. They start with 3, and then like you'll see the numbers go down here. This guy went down to 1. That guy went down to 1. His is gone. This guy's is at 1. This guy's is gone. That goes away when they just soak their spirits. It's that simple. Okay. I think that's that's basically the whole phase. Oh, except there's a thing you have to break a shield, Eternal Nightfall. And then cool, they keep doing that, and then they get to the last phase. Now, can anyone guess what the last phase is going to be? There's one more phase. You got it. First message got it. You're going to do both at the same time. Okay, they got turbo murdered going into the phase. Looks like 3 of them are dying from not soaking their souls. Oh, no, you guys aren't going to see the phase. Okay, so the intermission's fucking sick. So basically the intermission is you're hitting Zul'Jan. Zul'Jan has like a giga damage amp on him. And the way this phase works for raid damage is you guys see these spirits walking in. The spirits do something bad when they touch the boss. I don't really know what it is. But it's just something you never want to have happen. So you don't want the spirits to hit the boss. But like when you soak them, they do raid damage. So like ideally you want to have people like, I don't know, like spread out and soaking them intermittently. And that's where all the raid damage is coming from. So because they're not really soaking them, I imagine they're going to get really close and they're just going to get fucking boomed by it. Yeah, they either like have too many people dead or weren't really prepared for it. But yeah, they're basically just going to die because they're not like soaking these. Like ideally you don't want to have them come in and just, okay, everyone soak at one time and you blow up. But yeah, basically it's a damage amp and the healing is like these little things. So, boom, you're hitting Zul'Jan. He has a damage amp. The bosses are healing during this. Is this a lust timer? I mean, maybe, maybe not, right? But I mean, historically, anytime there's a damage amp on a fight, it's like really nice to have lust there. So I think ideally the answer will be yes, but that's not quite how you use lust in progression, right? Okay, so now you do both phases at the same time. Actually, I don't know what I can say about the phase as it progresses if they don't get there. But the Grim Guillotine is happening. Same thing as before. You soak this, and oh, they're putting this in the worst spot you could ever imagine. But they do this, and then obviously they're going to fucking blow up here. And then you get Gloom Bombs, and then basically this boss is going to do cleaves, and you have to hit the spirits and the little green guys. I think on Heroic there isn't spirits in this phase. Yeah, but that's basically this fight. You're not going to see a lot of it because they just instantly die upon getting here, but yeah. Also, in Mythic, one of the mechanics is no one can see these ghosts besides the people who have the ghosts. So some coordination there on making sure you're not running into people and also you're putting them in the same spot. It's very spooky. It's very spooky. Yeah, I mean, this is the second to last boss, right? Look at second to last bosses in the last like few years, right? There is a standard of how difficult this boss will be, and it's usually pretty fucking hard. So I imagine it'll be pretty fucking hard, but I really liked the general idea of this fight. Like I think they kind of nailed it. It's like a mixture of like a little bit of what Kel'Thuzad was trying to do, but I just like the man. I will say one major note here though is like look how important bosses that were like 2 target were last year. Like look at like dragons and Voidspire and vanguards for a lot of the fight in Voidspire. Like there were classes that just did insanely better 2 target than everyone else. Some of those things have been nerfed, but regardless, there's always just like if you look at single target tuning, it's usually pretty good, you know? Like they kind of know what they're doing with that. But when you look at tuning when you're adding more targets, especially like over a long period of time, those things are not balanced very well. Some classes, their bit is they do good 2 target damage, and some classes don't really do it at all. And to have the third to last boss and second to last boss, and on the last boss, I don't know exactly what it looks like because, you know, I haven't seen it, but there's a lot of mobs in the dungeon journal, so there could be some shit with that too. Obviously, I have enough respect for them, and they do a good enough job with doing end bosses and stuff to where I would imagine like they're probably not going to create some slop, but you know, they could. Prediction on raid difficulty, Sepulcher or Voidspire. I mean, haven't in the last, I can only speak in terms of the race world first, but haven't in the last, like, many expansions, I feel like an 8 boss raid ends up being the exact same amount of days in the race world first every time. Like, maybe the amount of time you spend on each boss is different, but, like, outside of Gallywix, they're, like, 11 to 12 days every single time. So I imagine it'll be right around there. I have no reason to expect otherwise. Hot take, having classes that excel at multi-target isn't a bad thing. Classes don't need to be equal to each other at all times. Yeah, there's an entire conversation surrounding that where I think gaming has gotten to the point where like balance has to be there because people like don't get invited to groups and stuff like that to where, yeah, Blizzard is at a constant tug of war with make everything viable for everything and also have classes have their identity where they're good at specific things intentionally, right? And then, yeah, I mean, but we're running into that right now and have been for years. It's yeah. Basically, this raid could be boiled down to like snakes in a raid. All right. That's the raid, and we did the interview. I'll be right back. Probably going to play some Fellowship, though. They added a new legendary to the class I was playing. I kind of want to try it.
All right. All right. First of all, I got to get my gear good because I feel like my gear is straight bad right now. But this is not terrible. I need to figure out how to... Okay, well, first of all, I need a cloak. Wait, this cloak can work. I would have to legendary dust it, but this would work. Yeah, how much longer on this? 2 hours? No D4? Alright. What do we think is the fastest way to loot a legendary? God, my gear is... Dude, I, like, fucked my whole build trying to, I fucked my whole build getting us set up for, like, the raid. You think it's Paragon 1 spam? Maybe you're right. But you get so few Marks of Fellowship during that it feels really bad. Oh my god. I have to roll so much. Dude, my gear is trash, dude. I have to roll the Trickster on this. I have double the Subduer on my Relic, which is fine. Kind of helps in Pugs. Battle Res and Pugs will be good. I have Chicken with Ruby, which is no longer good, although I have a new one to roll. Yeah, wow. I, like, rolled a bunch of relics that all have stuff that I don't need. I mean, I guess I could... I mean, I could just take double Ruby off somewhere. Like these bracers, and then I could just run it on my thing. Actually, that's what I should do. Do I have backup pair of bracers that aren't completely horrible? This is... Fallen Order isn't right? It's Seal of the whatever. Oh, I don't even have another pair. Wait, don't I have... Oh, I can do the double swap. I could do the double swap. I could swap to the Seal ring with Emerald, which would mean all I would need is actually a pair of bracers instead from Death's Grasp that instead would just roll anything but Gem Essence, basically. I'm pretty sure I can figure that out. Alright. I'm just looking for anything, really. Just looking for dungeons at this point. I'm trying to get the new ring. Highest playable difficulty, 16. Alright, cool. Another Goondi. Am I running the right talents? Am I raid oh, I'm raid talents. Oh no. Yeah, I think this is it. Did I change my talents? They nerfed the build. Does the new Lego sound good? They nerfed the build it was based on, so at the moment it's underperforming. We should expect a buff soon, maybe. Dude, I don't care. I'm just gonna play it anyway. So no, I'm the wrong build. Wrong build, but all good. I didn't actually hit yes on my talent change. This is not going to be amazing. I will fuck the boss, though. Also, let's see if I remember how to play this game. A little bit of aggro, all good. A lot of aggro. Died to Skitter Shards.
Yeah, fuck it, I'll use this. I got Darkening Hearts, bro. I'm gonna have these fat-ass heart splitters. Sorry in advance, I'm noob. Bro, I'm just farming for a legendary. Oh, this is a nice pull. If only I didn't die. So I'd be able to use my ultimate. I wonder, I feel like the ring, even after the buff, still like isn't good enough. Oh, we're dying. Oh, we've got to be dying. Oh, I think he used ult. We're good. Oh, we all need to bait on the same side. I gripped one. Is the other one going to go off? I'm dying for it. Okay, we're good. Kind of want to ult out of absolute pure fear right now. A little bit. Nah, we'll hit this. Oh, this might be interesting. Okay, we're good. Where are we going here? Not him. Oh. Alright. Stopping? Okay. Guess I should be sniping more heart splitters with if I'm accidentally playing this talent. Shroud, maybe? What's he doing? Dude, the new build feels like weird to play with too. Like, I believe the only thing that kind of makes sense is I'm not just missing all the damage on this. Yeah, we'll do that then. Okay. Ooh, Grand Melee. Very good. This would have been a better pull to ult on. Oh, the last boss, though, they call me the Executor. Actually, I should kill this guy. Boom. Oh, this pull, huh? We'll ult here then. Fuck it. Any commands for his UI import string? Nah. It's really easy to just make, though. I wonder how he wants to do the ads. I feel like my class fucking turbo sucks on ads, bro. Wardstone's in 15. I should save Slaughter for it, I think. Using it, fuck it. I will speed us to the back, and we'll leap back to the front. Should be the idea, I think. And then we'll save. We should just ult boss here, I think. We should get this guy like really low. Okay, I'm really glad I did not press that button. Please dispel me. Okay. Boom. I'm assuming res? I will stay dead, though. No res. Dude, the only reason I'm the only one who died is I'm the only person who didn't have cheat death. That is fucking sadness. I think they're in comms or something. Must be. Was that the mana bomb? Yeah. Yeah, it was. I'm pretty sure Mana Bomb killed everyone there. Fuck it, we're just burning. So wait, when does the back even start to become a problem? Do these ramp in damage? No, you just leave them. I guess maybe if the next one spawns, you start getting owned. So now there's 4. How does that work? I respect the burn. I mean, so this guy... Oh, he goes out at the last second, I see. Dude, my goats, by the way. Oh, this is gonna hurt. We did it. Alright, legendary, new legendary. Nope. Bad. Bad. Although, wait, maybe that one isn't bad. Because with the new build, I think you'd want a lot of spirit too. So maybe just like a cloak isn't bad. It has haste implicit. And then I need to roll a gem slot on it anyway. That's not bad. Fuck it. I'll put it in the old bank. The gloves rolled blessing, and then they also rolled... Oh, no, never mind. Those are bad. Is there any way to get gold fast? Oh, let me change my build before they queue up again. Oop. Change build, change build. It's like right now my build is... Okay, I need to get rid of one more Emerald Judgment IMO. I don't think I want 4, but I also don't know... Or I don't want 3. It's kind of a vibe. Like, basically, you're trying to get as many Emerald Judgment ranks as you think gives you value for having green 6. Where, like, I think your first rank of Emerald Judgment is, like, crazy strong. Second point is probably also really strong. But as soon as you get to 3 and 4, I think you're actually, like, maybe not even meaningfully increasing uptime to where this isn't actually a really good trait. I have 2 visions right now. I can kind of turn that into anything. Honestly, Martial Initiative just seems really strong. But I currently don't... The main problem with my character is I don't have any Trickster. I need to turn my character into ×4 Trickster as soon as possible. I just hit Eternal and tempering all those items costs so much. Dude, don't worry. You're almost there. Once you get to like Eternal 11 plus, I feel like your gold problems go away. Like you just start making infinitely more gold than you ever need. Oh, maybe I blew up to the orbs. Oh, the guy's thinking that we all blew up to the orbs actually. I have threat. I have threat. I have threat. Why do I have threat? What the fuck just happened to me? Why did I pull threat on the whole pack? Okay, we need to stop the next dire wolves. I'm actually gonna use a CDR weapon here. It'll die to that. I don't know if the big one will die. That's kind of what I used it for. Maxie, you're a really uncool guy. What the fuck? I'm gonna focus one of these guys then. Let's just kill the Storm Screamer then. Fuck it. Okay. Is he pulling this back? Or we're going forward? Oh, interesting. I don't know if I have ever seen this bull. Max, or does Rhyme... Is Rhyme still strong or deal low damage? Rhyme seems good. It seems like Rhyme does really, really well in the dungeons where... Rhyme does really well in the dungeons where you can spam ult. Like with, like, Volcanic and Prideful. Like, they seem like they're just, like, really ult heavy. Like in dungeons where you don't have any ult modifiers on them, I think like usually the overall is like pretty big difference. Oh, we both kicked. Unfortunate. Very bad by me. That was actually my fault. High key. He cheated. I don't have cheat. Hopefully we can push here, actually. We pushed, we pushed, we pushed. All good. Even if he dies this trash, we're still good. They also just giga buffed like every non-meta guy. Did they buff? Well, I saw they buffed Rhyme early game. I don't know if that translated to like more late game stuff or if it was just changes. They were like Rhyme's strong, but just not early. You need too many things. I don't know if it ended up just being a overall buff. How deep into Eternal do you need to be to get to 12k rating? I think I'm in the 30s, but not a lot though. Honestly, like we could have been way, way, way higher than we are. Tank instantly died. Thank God I did not lust. Rhyme was an uptime spec where you tried to keep a 120-second CD up. This is now a 60-second CD. You're considered 60% plus a good uptime. Can easily hit 80% now. Yeah, because he plays CDR weapon, right? Although I saw somebody running Void Touched weapon. Sorry, team. Bro, I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. This pack's about to get piped. I don't even know what was meta. Like, what was even meta? Like, I think it seemed like Gundi was pretty good, but... Like, I feel like it's really rare that you have the opportunity to say, I have played in the same dungeon with an equally skilled, equally geared, like, person of another class, to where you could confidently say, like, oh, I think this class is better than this, you know? Like, I feel like there's almost no one who actually has that information other than the developers, you know? So, like, when people have been saying, like, meta, like, I don't even know what meta is, bro. Like, it seemed Gundi was really good. But, like, I don't know. I feel like everyone talking about other classes, it feels like they're just, like, almost making it up. Even with how strong Gundi is, honestly, because it's like, you just never even know. It's never, nothing's ever a perfect, like, comparison. I think Ardios, Gundi, Helena, then all three healers are super good. Pretty much just not Mara. Was Mara really that bad? I mean, yeah, the Mara going into this season did not sound good to me at all. This tank is going to get fucking blasted, right? Hopefully we can kill enough of these before he dies. Alright, we're good. I saw maybe one Mara this season. Yeah, they're, I mean, pretty simply, all the Maras are just playing Gundi, I think. So it's really hard to get kicks with another Goonie in the group because I don't know who's who. Is my kick up? Is your kick up? All of our kicks are up. Who kicks? Oh, he's probably soloing. Yeah, that's his kick. Nice. I'll go next. Rezzing healer. Kicking first. Rezzing healer. They both kick Dread Arc. We need to spread out with Charge Bolt. Oh, he's not doing it. Actually very lucky there. Guys, I have something to admit. I don't want to admit it, but I'm going to do it for... Oh my god, the tank just moved this on the group. That's fine. Hopefully he knows how to move out during Perfect Storm so we don't all die. I'm trying to stay in his thing. That's... Okay, healer went down. Okay, he kicked Dread Arc. Healer's back up again. All good. No problem with this. Getting it? The healer's getting murdered, bro. Just straight murdered, man. The tank's getting straight murdered. I'm getting straight murdered. Kicking. Come on. No. Probably still okay. Wow, running back from the beginning. I think we're still okay. It's a pretty low key. Maybe not though. Is there gear and consumable grind in Fellowship? Gear, oh my god, yeah. Gearing has much more depth in this game than WoW. Like, infinite. I'm gonna grab this just in case. Bro, what are we doing? We gotta go boss. That has to be tank every time. He did say he was a noob though. Self-described noob. Alright, so usually tank gets Dread Arc. Hopefully he's doing that here. Okay, so it would be other guy first here. So it should be other guy's charge bolt. But I'm just gonna grab it initially, just like right away. Just so no one else can even think about it. Dread Arc should be tank, nice. His charge bolt, very good. Easy healing, perfect storm. The tank kick charge bolt. He's supposed to save for Dread Arc, and now we're dead. We're alive. Tank get Dread Arc only. Typing. There we go. There we go. Now we gotta move out during Perfect Storm. Okay. Oh, big long fork lightning cast. Tank kick, good. Tank should solo this. Oh. One second, bro. All good? That doesn't even matter. These are... That's kind of a fun piece. This one, nah. Should have stayed in. I would have stayed in. I didn't have any damage though, so it wouldn't have done anything. I'm gonna try to roll my neck, I think. No. Where's my... Oh, it's my weapon that I need to potentially roll different. Wait, where am I? Ooh, that's gonna be hard to change that actually. Oh, actually, let's... Oh, no, that's my one monarch. Where's the piece I need to roll? It's somewhere, bro. Where is it? Wayfarer, the Wayfarer, Marshall, Emerald, King of the Hill. Wait, where the fuck is my roll? Don't I have an extra of something here? No, blessings. Oh, it's the Subduer. Subduer into Trickster. And then arguably... Yeah, Visions isn't as good as the other thing, though, so I'm going to try to roll Visions off. Can I one-shot? Emerald Judgment again. Funny. Okay. He said try again? Oh, this guy's... Okay, I'm just going to ignore what this guy's saying. Martial Initiative, also not bad, but I kind of want Brave Machinations with what I'm currently doing here. This season is so complicated for gearing. Yes, it is complicated. It is harder to understand, but once you do, bro, you are in for a hell of a good time. I guess I can get rid of... Do I have another one that is just, like, at least kind of interesting? DR Relic. Actually, DR Relic gives me King of the Hill and the Trickster. But I don't need, really, King of the Hill right now, but I also don't need the Subduer. Actually, pretty sure DR Relic is going to be just way better for pugging right now. I don't know if anyone clipped it, but I did a big explanation of how gearing worked in this game. Specifically, how, like, upgrading gear works. The little seminar. That was a few days ago. I think maybe even 5 days ago or so. Oh, going left. I have not gone left this season. I don't even know what's over here. Okay, a couple specters. That's a danger caster man. Fun fact, I don't think specters can be soloed by melee. So you need to save grip for the second cast, I think. Unless I just fucking murder it. Yeah, it's just dead. All good. Gripping his. He GM'd. I haven't checked what a lot of other, I need to check what some other Goondies are playing. Because I could see someone fucking around with, like, the high spirit stuff. Like Murder of Crows, high spirit stat. I was already playing Blue 10 earlier. I just kind of got turned off of it. Am I gonna have Wayfarer here? Oh, it just fell off. Bro, blow my brains out. Oh, Deepbound Magi pull on purpose. This is why. Come on. No shot I'm in that. Damn. That's gonna hurt my damn here. Wait, the mage is fucking easy. DR Relic for fun? Gripping his anguish. A Goondi's kick is up during this one. I hope it's... No, it's his. Dude, the new legendary actually sounds so fun, bro. I need to loot this shit. These are some fucking baby ass pulls, bro. Is Gundi grip on the GCD? Yeah, they're off GCD. Yeah, it's off GCD. That would be. I was about to say it would really suck if grip was on the GCD, but then like World of Warcraft. Okay, we are pulling this like it is a very high key and it's a 19. That's okay. Kick, anyone? Boom! That's fine, a little dispel. What do these debuffs do? Magic damage taken increased by 50. Ooh, that's a big number. I wasn't paying attention to that at all. They did increase legendary dust acquisition, by the way. Every time you disenchant a legendary now, you get a legendary dust, which is very, 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 very nice. I'm gonna get that because that water bolt's gonna fucking own us. I won't be able to get the heal though. Can't get the heal. Hopefully someone else does. I don't even think my Grim Carve is actually even hitting everything here. Look at this. Oh, there's a blood. Am I getting Corsair cleave? Oh my god, dude. I just realized there's a Corsair in this bowl, by the way. We normally do not go this way. It's messing with my brain. Alright, I'll do an absolutely... Bro, that slaughter I just did was ticking for 800. Just to get it on CD. That probably could have gotten one more cast in there, let's say. That's fair. Oh, I want to test something in this key. I want to see if you get hit by this if you are not targeted, if they line of sight. Oh, well. Okay. Rezzing the tank. Rezzing him now. Please dispel me. I'm just standing out here. I'm also getting meleeed to death. Okay. Here, I want to see if I get hit by this if they line. Oh, you do. If I have a stab blessing in slot 1 and a defensive slate in shot tree, when I upgrade to Regal, will it duplicate slot 2 or 1? Okay, I thought it was 1 for the longest time because I was getting weird RNG, but then Dorky had a piece where it duplicated 2, so that apparently is fake. I don't know if it's like more likely to pick 1. I was told it can only pick 1, but it actually turns out it actually has a chance to pick 2. Why does it even duplicate? Oh, do you not understand like how duplicating works in general? Oh, hopefully someone's got a res for me. I res the tank. I'm getting left behind again. I know how it works, but I don't understand why it doesn't just roll random trade instead. Well, so anytime you use, this is why I think you don't know how it works. Anytime you upgrade an item with purple dust, it will always copy if it can. So the only scenario where it can't is like, let's say there's a set bonus. It can't copy a set bonus. And it can't copy more than 2 of the same trait. So like if you already have 2 major traits, there cannot be more of 2 of any category in any weapon or any item, right? So in that item, because what's the scenario he gave? There's a stat in slot 1 and a defensive in slot 2. That means that there aren't 2 of either of those things on the weapon, so when you upgrade it with legendary or purple dust, it is going to pick one of them to duplicate because that's how duplicating works, right? When you craft. Like every time you upgrade an item with purple dust, if it is possible, it will pick one of the things that is on it, and it will duplicate it. And the only thing that is not possible is you can't have more than 2 of something on an item, and it can't roll a set bonus again. That's it. To be honest, I thought that was an unintended mechanic. No, that's very intended. That's why crafting is good. This game would be infinitely more boring if you had to loot like perfectly rolled, like regals, right? Crafting makes it like way more accessible, and like it makes more items that drop potentially good. That's why most of your best pieces will be blue or green when you initially get them. That one's good. How much better is this res relic than mine? My res relic rolled double haste. That's like super ideal. But I could maybe roll different traits. It rolled double hunters. I mean, I'm pretty sure I'm never taking this off. I'm pretty sure I'm wearing battle res forever. I need a double trickster relic in my other slot, if possible. I don't think I need to roll another weapon. Can probably disenchant that. Oh, we're hitting the storm watch again. Need to eat some food soon, actually. Is this game hard to learn? I never played any WoW. Okay, that I cannot answer. For someone who knows how to play a WoW character, this game is very easy to learn. For someone who has never played a WoW character, I don't know how hard it would be to pick up a class. Personally, it could be really easy, or maybe it's like really fucking hard. I don't know. I just can't even relate to that. That is my problem. Dude, last pull, when I hit my second slaughter, I pulled aggro on the entire pack. I'm hoping that does not happen here. Boom, pressing it. Oh, 3 mobs. Yeah, I just didn't get as many procs this time. Wait, is he not kicking forget? Oh, someone else is kicking it, okay. I noticed this other DPS doesn't really mark his kick on some packs, but he is kicking. So he's like, I guess, and I've seen him mark it on other packs, so I assume he's like sometimes pressing his keybind off his mark, and sometimes he's pressing it natty. I just find it confusing to use both. I just like only kick if it's my... I do have it bound, but it just like, I don't know. I actually tried to grip that guy and failed. That was good. Dude, I actually really want to play the new Legendary. It actually sounds so fun. Also, did they nerf Blood Craze? It's hard to tell. They made it reduce its damage past one target, but then they also buffed its overall damage. Usually that's like shifting the damage more single target, but it's less like... It's like the same overall or something. Like it's better for Cryo. Can't stop that wolf. He's cleaving everybody. Oh, a couple for fun arsonists. I was actually going to lust whatever we pulled next, and I'm certainly not lusting two mobs, so this will just be a very unfortunate pull here. Doing the kick targeting helps other people in the help the other people in the group a lot. Yeah. When people don't do it, it kind of sucks a little bit. Dude, why are we not doing Ira? We should do Ira, right? Question mark. I'm gonna hit the Pillager, actually, because these guys were beating his fucking ass at the end of that other pull. Okay, so I have to save everything for the phase, and then maybe we beat 2. See, why are we not pulling anything with this? That's fine. I'm not trying to push this guy out of his comfort zone. Oh no, I just goofed. I just fucked up so bad. I fucked up so bad. This thing's gonna cast forever. Oh no. I feel so bad. It's gonna cast right now, isn't it? Oh my god, kill me. Oh wait, he had Slaughter for it. That's pretty good. Okay, that ended up being pretty value. Question is, what am I gonna drop for Blood Craze if I play the other build? Superior Serration. Ah, it's a lot because you can't drop Death's Arc. That's the whole bit. What are we doing? Oh my god, end me. No, now we're not pulling. Oh my god, blow my brains out. Blow them clean the fuck out, blow them out. I'll just get something. Okay. I just need like better statted pieces, honestly. Like I have the rolls I want, but I just don't have the gear I want. Like this ring is great. I love that. Like I need more, like I need to get like a spirit ring with haste on like the actual stats, I think too. Spirit's also okay. Especially if we're gonna be trying the old new item. I guess cloak is like biggest important thing. Okay, tank ulted. I'm gonna kill this invoker for the boom here. Ira's just so free. Like, she gives you the amount of time it takes to kill her back to your key. So, and then she also makes you unable to die. Seems like a good deal. What is he planning on doing here? Whatever, I'll ult. Say less. No skip is fine. We can pull it all on the boss. Is the tank running the shockwave numbers? We will not be slandering this tank. Right when the tank joined the group, the tank said, "Am noob, sorry." So I'm not trying to make him feel bad. He knows. I mean, do I like use stuff here? Okay, sure. We go right into the boss with that, though. I will blow my brains out. I feel like the main thing it's going to take getting used to is the Grim Carve Legendary not giving you that extra 2 seconds of CDR. And we double kicked. Okay, hopefully someone doesn't get one shot. The tank has... You can't grant melee that. IDR relict. We're alive. That's his kick. It went off. This is going amazing. Double kick charge bolt. Classic. A classic. Tank got Dread Arc, and then we're going to get a perfect storm to reset our kicks, hopefully. If it casts again, someone's getting hit. This is going to be no one. It's on me. I personaled. All good. Kicking again. We double kicked again. Beautiful. This is exactly what you want. Oh, we finally did it. The forbidden spread our kicks out. It's so forbidden. Oh, okay, he postured like he was gonna not solo, but then he went for the solo. Rezzing healer now. getting in that so he doesn't die. He's gonna kick Dreadarch. This boss is proving quite challenging for this group. We are timing it though. People in Paragon, I can't speak about Paragon. Don't follow the kick order on the frame. Nah, I don't do that shit. Expertise set, kind of interesting, but didn't roll good. All this can be juiced. Come on, I just gotta loot the thing now. What are we doing here? I was thinking of maybe getting a better... Dude, I don't run the capstones enough anymore. I feel like I could have so many better capstones. Oh, this one's great. But I feel like all of the... Dude, do I just have the wrong pieces on, maybe? Like, let me see. So I want, like, the Heart of Tuzari set. The Helm... None of it has haste on it implicit. Okay, so that's just what it is. But what about the Wraithtide set? Is there a single Wraithtide set that comes static with haste? There is, the neck. And the pants. Okay, so ideally I want... Okay, I didn't have the pants before. Because the pants, fun fact, did not exist. They were not in the game, so... Like, they couldn't roll the set. They were bugged. But my current one also isn't bad. Like, it rolled double haste natty, so, like, I'm not going to get much better versions of that. The other thing is the neck, so I could get, like... I mean, I have the... Wait. Am I looking at the right thing? Isn't this the... Oh, no, it's Heart of Tuzari neck. No, also no. The fuck was I just looking at? Was I looking at the wrong... I was looking at the wrong dungeon. Yeah, Ransack. What are the Ransack legs? Those aren't haste either. Okay, just all the sets I want just don't have haste on them. Okay, so my gear isn't as bad as I thought. It said 20 Silken with Shadow Lord. Yeah, man. Whatever. Kind of rolling my gear a little bit whenever I can. Are you able to change relics in instance, or do you have to plan ahead for the group? No, you can't. It's actually fine in dungeons, but in Pinnacle it sucks. Like, there are multiple times where I wanted to change my gear and my build, and like, because it's a dungeon, you're like locked in, where like, that seems to not be the intent. It seems like the intent should be like, you know, something else. Wow. Negative proc pull. Oh, there we go. We like that. You know, it's so funny. Like, this guy's self-proclaimed noob, right? So we're not slandering this guy, but... You know how, like, in an FPS game... If you know how to play FPS games, you could watch a POV of someone, and you could tell like how good they are without even seeing them shoot a bullet. You could just watch the way they move and watch the way they pre-aim. Dude, I feel like if this guy didn't tell me he was a noob, I would have been able to tell by a few reasons, but one maybe you weren't expecting is like how the mobs are grouped. Like there'll just be like a mob like out of the pull, and like an experienced tank knows like, okay, I could just like literally shimmy left and right real quick, and that mob will just be all stacked up, and it's way better for damage. But like if you're new, you just don't think about that or know that. God, getting Grim Carve resets feels so insane. What build is this guy playing? Same as me? He's not playing something. He's playing Bloodbath? Or no, I'm playing Blood. What the fuck am I talking about? He's playing... Am I missing a talent? I might be missing a talent. No poisonados will be happening under my watch. Okay, I need to stop. Okay. This is kind of an insane pull. Low key crazy pull for this tank. Like with how this tank's been like posturing himself, it just feels like this pull's like so wild. Oh, and now Poisonado's off, now the tank's dead. Yeah, I mean, I should have known that was coming. I think that pull didn't really make any sense. Pinnacle should have an aura around campfires that gives you CDR and spirit gain, and maybe even the ability to swap gear and talents. Oh, all of... Yeah, everything. Not even maybe. I feel like, especially when I was progressing it for the first time... Wait a second, is the Pinnacle dungeon able to be cleared again? Didn't that reset today? Oh, dude, holy fuck. We gotta run that on every difficulty. Is the tank just gonna die again? I'm not even getting in combat. Did anyone kill it? Yeah, I think that one group killed the Nightmare Pinnacle last boss. I have no interest in doing that. Oh, none of my AoE's hitting here. Oop. Would have been really nice if those things got kicked. I mean, am I gonna have to kick this? Okay. Alright, well, I guess I can stop the... Okay. Okay, should be okay. One more kidnap happening. Not ulting this shit. It's too small. Wait, what talents am I playing that he doesn't have? Oh, I'm playing Superior Serration and he's not? Interesting. Yeah, maybe it's better. I can see it. Feels awful to progress Nightmare than consistent CDs. Yeah, a little bit. Okay, Carrion Horror is gonna get. Oh, he's still going, bro. Just an. I'm just from what we've seen, there's just such an insanely high chance that this pull is already over here. He grand melee'd instantly, not when the guy's actually casting. I'm gonna try to fucking own this spider though. We do have empowered buff. Oh no, we're good, we're good. At least the horror's dead. Okay, I got rid of that one so I can grip my... Well, I'll grip that one probably. I'll kick mine. Has anyone tried Giga Crit Gundi on paper? I mean, if you're playing the ring, that has to be, like, insanely good. Dude, if only the ring was like it was on the PTR, it was really fun. They've nerfed it an insane amount since then. I know they buffed it today, but it's still worse than it was on PTR. Oh, okay, these are happening. I'm going to trivia tonight with my girlfriend and some friends. I haven't done that in a while. I feel like trivia is just always a good time, bro. Are we ulting here? Feels really bad doing it. Let me see if I can dip. Oh shit, okay. Is this guy gonna blow our brains out? He might. He's looking like he wants to. He's not dying. Alright, you're good. If this guy's holding ult for the ads, he hates fun. He did. All right, he likes numbers. Respect though. Pull the boss back on top of those so they can die. Holy fuck, the boss is getting owned. Give me the legendary. Ooh, legendary soul dust. Holy fuck. Neck, not good enough. Chest, no. Shoulders. Are my shoulders? No, they're set. Yeah. Wait, are they haste? Ooh, I don't like these. I need to get back on that capstone. That's like one piece of gear I feel like I have that's pretty bad. Wait, what is Kess? Kess says maybe I can. What is Kess doing? Is Kess live? Live. Oh my god, he's doing Mythic Plus. That is absolutely insane. You know what? Maybe I could, because shoulders could be like I could get legs from Tuzari, and then like shoulders become open, and then like these pieces, this becomes like a pretty strong piece. It even rolled blessing, so I would keep that. Nah, neck is all bad. Is there anything on my gear I would spend legendary soul dust on right now? Like a piece it's like goated. I mean, it's probably... I don't need 4 King of the Hill, and I already have King of the Hill on some other shit, so I'm pretty sure I would actually use it on this defensive trait here, because this thing rolled pretty well. It rolled main stat. Yeah, let's roll it on the DR relic. Or maybe do I make my old one good, because this one rolled like Giga Haste, but it rolled the Subduer. So maybe I could roll the Blessing off into something. Oh no, what I would do is I would green this until I get the Trickster and then roll that off. Yeah. 1 second. Yeah, AFK for a bit. Cool. Alright. That's not actually true, but same thing applies where I just don't want them to do the done. So what I would do actually is roll this for... Look at these guys fucking dolphin jumping. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Everyone in this lobby without a dolphin is a bitch. Or a shark. Yes, sir. Okay. Yeah, so I green dust this, and then I re-roll the one that doesn't hit Trickster. That's actually much higher chance of actually getting Trickster. If you ain't got a shark, you're a weirdo. Yup, facts. Okay. Randomized Blessing. The Trickster, the Vehement. That'll do it. Alright, sweet. So we got +1 Trickster. And we re-roll slot 2. To hopefully something that's usable. It rolled stat and main stat. That is probably also something we would want to roll off at some point. That's fine. It's playable. Oh, Kess can hop on. W. Pinnacle angle. Re-clear. Oh, dude, I need a better pair of boots, though. Wait, I mean, I guess I don't really need this much Emerald Judgment, though. Like, if I roll Emerald Judgment on, like, my neck, maybe, I can just... Dude, I need a better pair of these boots. I need to, like, get in that dungeon. I have 3 pairs now. 2 of them are Seized Opportunity. But they also rolled Stam. These ones at least rolled, like... Dude, honestly, I like these more than, like, all of my other gear. I'm just gonna put those on for now. These were like my original ones. They rolled Spirit too, which is good. Like, it's obviously not ideal, but I think the haste just feels good. If you want stats, you want those on your weapon or your chest. Yeah, or your legs. Yeah, I know. But, like, right now, it's just better than the pair of boots I have. I do need one more Emerald Judgment, though, so I would need to roll my neck to Emerald Judgment. Right, yeah. Ooh, Brave Machinations is kind of... We like that. For now, at least. We can probably just use that. Nah, I'm out of here. GG's. Kind of want more than one Emerald Judgment. Damn, I just need more of those boots. I just need to be in that one place. I mean, realistically, I want boots with blessing. I need, like, blessing boots. Ideally, also, that rolled, like, haste. Reggie. Assemble. Wait. Lara is in a Worm Heart. He's probably also pugging. Porky's online. He's in a Paragon 1. Porky is doing Ruins of Regath, Paragon 1 on Mako. He's on an alt train. Lara and Dork are on alt keys. BRB while they get on. Alright. While we're waiting for them to get on, let's, assuming he's still in the thing. Oh. I'll just invite him. Fuck it. Inviting Lara. So now we're just waiting. We're doing, let me look at the notes. Fellowship game notes. Is this the posted? Okay, cool. I don't know what this means, right? Okay. Mako's been suffering from a number of bugs that have been hurting her survivability greatly when using certain talents. Okay, so they made Mako stronger, damage increase. Oh, I see. Huh? Y'all do with the pinnacle? Okay. Need a tank that has done... Why? Um... Okay. Need to find a tank for Pinnacle Dungeon Reclear, I guess. Let's see. Let me post in the Discord. If not, we may just be getting fucked. How do I... Is there something in the Discord for Pinnacle? Yes, it's LFG. I don't see one for Pinnacle. Maybe I have to add the channel, probably. Oh, Pinnacle Dungeon LFG. It's at the very top. Okay. Looking for tank for Pinnacle normal / hard clear. LFG. Oh, you want it? All right, cool. Yeah, add me. All right. There you go. Mm-hmm. Oh my god, he has TTV in his name. And we have a celebrity. Oh my god. Let's go. Holy fuck. Wait. Do I still have a setup for the dungeon? Do I have a red 10 setup? Oh, fuck it. I'll just play this, bro. Who cares? Yeah, this'll work. I think I fucked my gear up too much for it. All right, Pinnacle, normal.
Yo,
Hello.
wait, how come we're doing this?
What do you mean? They reset.
Do you need the stone?
Oh, is it bad for mats? I thought it's just like you get good shit for it for
Oh.
the time you put in. It's just like good.
No, that's fair. That's fair.
Is that wrong? That's wrong. We don't have to do it. I'm doing this because I'm assuming it's like if you have it on farm, it's just like efficient to do it.
I think that's right.
Second, I gotta turn the sound off.
My
in here.
2 minutes already back.
Well, it's not a 2 minute anymore, right?
Yeah, it's just so weird.
Did you stay red 10 or change it?
No, I got off it.
Yeah, same.
Dude. So I've been playing with like PJ and I was like trying to get him to play around red 10 in dungeons, and no tank in this game wants to pull things on boss. So red 10 is just useless in like push keys.
Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, red 10 for me was only a like pinnacle dungeon angle. He said front, left, right. Yeah.
It's just really different, right? If you like coming from a WoW perspective, like red 10 would be the best thing ever because it's always how much trash can you pull on boss. In this game, it's the opposite. It's just how aggressive can you chain, I think.
Bro, I'm in there. Okay. Okay, nothing does damage. We're good.
Is this a tank from your chat?
Yeah. He has TTV in his name, bro. He's a fucking celeb. No, ain't no fucking way. Literally ain't no way. My
But I had to
dead, my dead body is so far out of that.
Oh wait,
That's a hard look at my
Oh.
body angle.
Oh, yeah, I thought you died to the link.
to the
but-
link. Yeah, that's what I
That
thought.
Oh,
makes
maybe I
sense.
did. Maybe I did. Was someone in my jump back spot?
Oh yeah.
Both of us were. All three of us were linked.
Yeah, just know every time the boss does that, I'm jumping out at the last second. Oh, fuck, I went wrong talents. That's fine, it doesn't matter. I'm no longer the executor. fucking saving my shit for trash. We're going huge after this. Keep in mind, mob count is relevant again. It's about that
True.
quick. It's about that quick clear.
What is this guy's transmog?
You like it? What is it?
You have to look at it. Ha. Echoes hard.
I'm inspecting. Oh! What the fuck? Yeah, that shit's
I've never
beast,
seen
bro. I
that.
wish I looked like that. That looks like a fucking idiot. Oh, you can get hit by everything and it doesn't matter. Holy moly. Dude, I'm just standing in the blood guy. It doesn't even matter.
Yeah.
You still have portal?
No.
Oh, yeah, the jump right angle. Fuck it, I don't even need it. Oh, huge. Let's go huge. I think my, like, Grim Carve is, like, bugging out or something. I use it sometimes after the patch, and it just feels like I hear no noise. And it seems like it... I don't know. Something weird's going on with that. I know they changed, like, something about, like, mobs with larger hitboxes, but, like, it feels like it's bugged. Or it's just, like, not making sound sometimes now.
Dude, we are cruising through this.
Right, this is a fucking speed run.
Feels like this guy like made an MDT for this place too.
I respect it. Oh my god. The amount of arrows. Oh my god.
I don't know how nobody died there.
It's a 10. Also can get hit though. Resing.
Oh,
Okay, I think I disrespected it too much.
Yep. Why is blue doing more damage? Pinnacle Dungeon's a little weird. Well, first of all, his class got buffed. Maybe it owns now. But he just like used. He has the Herald, so he used ult on like a big trash pull at the beginning of the dungeon. But like these are just about bosses. I guess now we're like full clearing it, so it's about like everything kind of for just overall time, but. Also, both of us kind of ruined our boss builds for more dungeon builds recently, too. Basically, the difference is like one total AoE ult. Ooh, on boss or we're cowards. On boss, right? Yup, my actual goat.
oh.
Wait, the guy was casting on me over here. I was like, what the fuck is that cast bar?
Dude, I saw him run across the map, and I was like, what is that?
Yeah, he went to cast on me because I like baited it while soaking. He was just like under the boss. Got it. Oh, that guy's coming in. Oh, the tank jumped, bro. He's like, I'm just staying here. Does he not know the north-south tech? Or maybe he doesn't like the north-south tech.
I feel like nobody knows that, by the way.
I think he knows. This guy like plays this game. You know what I'm saying? Can't. We have two more.
so
Yeah, we got it. Yeah, if you're listening to this tanker guy on stream, maybe... Do you know that the beam always spawns north-south, so you can just stand direct center? Like, you can stand on arrow, basically, and you just never have to do the beam. It's just gone. Or does it not matter? You
My
know
god,
it-
run, Lara.
You know, and you're like, I don't give a fuck.
Bro, how bad is the beam? Can I run through it with a personal or no?
I don't know. Go find out. I have res.
Okay.
Well, it doesn't
Fuck
do
it.
splash damage, right? Is that a mythic thing?
Oh, that's a mythic thing, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
Okay, let's see, I'm gonna bark and 50% magic DR. See what happens. Oh yeah, it's not bad at all.
Oh, he just walks through it. Doesn't give a fuck, bro. Alright, I'm second.
Back and forth too. Oh, oops.
All right, kill the boss.
Is it already?
Is it already boss time? Oh, I'm getting front.
Yeah?
I think
Okay.
so.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it's just criminally low difficulty, key too low.
Bruh.
Is this count up here, or do we need more trash?
We need 10-2. These are. Oh yeah, we need more.
Oh, he's bringing it. He's
bringing
bringing
it
it, bro,
down.
from behind. Onto
He
the big
knows.
guy. Is he in combat? He is. He is. He is. I'm just gonna hit this while we can. I using new bracers? No, I can't. I have to get them first. Do you guys remember having like a decently high chance of looting a legendary from these?
Not sure.
They
Yeah,
added,
not sure.
they added a legendary for my guy, and I want to try it. Sounds fun, but I have to leave.
They did say they fixed bad luck protection for legendary specifically. There apparently was something wrong with it, which I believe because I didn't get a lot of this.
I don't think this is count, right? I think we're. Yeah, we're like
Yeah.
we're like 1% off or something.
Oh, something really good they did. I don't know if you saw it in the notes. Is that if you scrap legendaries now, you're guaranteed a legendary soul dust.
Yeah. Oh, I saw that. Yeah, that's extremely good change.
Yeah. I need that because I haven't looted one in 4 days. So.
All right. If you have an ult in P1, I will ult in P2, and then we'll skip all the hard mechanics in both phases. Amen. He said portal first? Question mark. Oh wait, they changed it though, yeah? Like
Oh yeah, all difficulties. You have to pick up every 20 seconds.
that sounds fucking
Oh.
annoying.
Yeah, I read that. I wasn't sure if that was an actual nerf. When you, even if you combine it with the other things, I don't know. Sure, it'll be fine though.
Bear witness to winter's wrath.
Where's safe? Oh my,
Shield me.
bro, that's so sketchy.
Just getting started.
I guess you want to take it right before you
How
see
did
that
it make this fight
donut.
worse?
Yeah, what the? Why'd they do this?
Wait, can I pick one up just for fun? Oh, okay.
Oh, I have to wait a year, by the way.
Same.
Oh,
no.
my, bro, I'm getting fucked. I'm getting straight fucked. Wait, can I make this? Literally, no. If I die, bro, I don't even know what to say.
Why are these so frequent? What?
That is fucking crazy. The thing I just got.
I have you.
Are we fucked?
I
Oh, yeah.
rezzed instantly died. All right, W. I actually cannot believe that.
I can res you.
I actually
not have
cannot
a
believe that. I'm rezzing Lara, bro. Triple res angle. We're back. We're so back. Bro. I'm so glad I was streaming for that. Literal fucking spaghetti code. There's no way they ever intended that experience to happen to someone. It's just random.
Where do we go? Where do we go?
He lives here, I think.
Okay.
Okay.
I've made it up.
All right, so get portal. Yes.
I mean, the dot doesn't hurt a lot. So
Should we just all get one all the time? Could you still
Yeah,
only get
fuck it.
4 total uses? Dude, I don't even want to do this on hard anymore. This sounds like such a pain in the ass. Let's just hit this on normal and be done with it.
That is the funny thing about the bloodstones. It's not like you care about the extra tempers because, like, you have infinite gold, infinite mats.
Yeah, it's basically to save any legendary dust,
Yeah.
which is value for sure. It's basically like 30 marks of fellowship, not to mention that like you already get a ton of marks of fellowship in general. Is he going for the solo or what?
It'll take 10 minutes.
Yeah, a bit more.
My shield, iron wall.
Reset. What do you, yes. Dude, not having portal fucking blows now.
Yeah, you definitely want. Yeah.
No,
It's
this
20
is, this
seconds
is,
too,
this
right?
is
'Cause
the last
How did they
difficulty
make
we're
this
doing this
more
on for
unfun?
sure. Yeah, they made the boss worse.
You're gonna want a portal every other.
He will mark safe spot. Okay.
The world first kill was already 16 minutes.
Yeah, it's fucking insane.
And there, you have to kill orbs in the last phase, by the way.
Yeah. Yeah, I will never be attempting that encounter, so.
Oh, it's far, 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 really far.
Shields me.
A true sight.
You got it. Bro, this is so bad. What the fuck?
I'm just getting started.
Other side. Yeah.
He's pushing at 70, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, one more wall, probably.
I mean, what is this?
I think I'm never doing this again.
Yeah, I'm never doing this again, bro. Like, this is so bad. Alright, he has to pick it up again. Every wave set. Yeah, far side's safe. Even if we lose it, green is safe.
What the? I don't.
We won't have res, right?
You couldn't go forward?
No.
Yeah. Damn.
It's fine. Can you still do this out of healer? Maybe.
Probably.
I'll have res in like a minute or so, something like that. I have to be really careful with detect true sight.
There's a minute as well. It can heal us a lot.
Yeah, that's good.
No mercy.
We okay?
What?
I ulted during the phase and we pushed them.
Oh, no, these waves just don't exist.
That's actually gonna buy us a lot of time. Your res should be up like really shortly, actually.
25.
What just happened? What just happened?
The waves just killed us.
Wait, what? Why
Yeah,
did
the
we
waves
die?
just killed us.
Yeah, but did it bug?
I guess so. Marching vessels hit us twice.
Yeah, that's the wave.
So I think yeah,
So it's
I think we despawned the phase and it doesn't remove
And
the
the
waves
waves.
apparently, so the waves can okay, that's new.
Or it doesn't deactivate him fast enough.
That is fucking wild. Yeah, someone had a good point in my chat earlier. In the capstone, the campfires should have like a little area that allows you to change talents, but also it should like give you CDR and ult energy. So you start at the same time every pull.
Yeah.
Kick that.
Dude. Can you imagine Dorky calling the safe spots, CCing all the ads for us, and grabbing this every 20 seconds?
Yeah, you would have to offload some of that. It's definitely too much.
No mercy.
He's gonna phase, right? I'm gonna still do the same thing I did last time. I'm just gonna ult when the phase starts. I think he's gonna phase pretty shortly here.
Yeah.
Speeding right away.
This next phase will be so fast.
Witness my wrong.
Oh, we're double pushing? Okay, this guy's gonna get
Yeah, fuck
fucking
it.
Shadow Realmed.
Get me out of this fight.
No speed this time, unlucky. Watch the waves from behind you.
But I thought they said the trail didn't go into effect in the intermission.
It's not. They're clearly shorter. I was thinking that earlier. I was like, oh, why are they shorter? I'm like, oh, I bet they made them shorter in the intermission.
Hold me back.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Oh, boy's got a long ass trail.
Help me.
Yeah, this is safe here.
Phasing soon.
If did he miss time picking it up? I think I might need to pick it up too. I'm picking it up just in case, bro. He's fighting True Sight. Keep me alive. I personal. Because the thing is when this boss pushes, if he loses his, we can't soak the thing. And I think he's losing his right now. So everyone needs to be on me, because mine will last.
Protect me.
I could be full of shit. I'm pretty sure I. Oh. Oh, you give to. Oh. Are we dead? Are we alive? Resing Lara?
You need help. You need help. Okay, you're good now.
Just getting
Well, we don't know the safe spot, right?
My God.
Wait, so what actually happened?
I'm not sure.
I don't know.
Wait, so he said, yeah,
Yeah,
so
so
usually you time it so you can see gold. Each rune is
Wait,
done
what-
differently. Wait, does this work different than we thought it was? Aren't you just supposed to?
Well, when we did hard,
Hold
we
up.
got the other one, and we all had to stand in the orb in the blood thing.
Well,
Uh,
I'm so confused. The way I thought this worked, because every time we've done this, it's worked. Everyone gets in the one that's gold on the ground, and you stand in the True Sight in the gold thing, and then you're good. Oh, each rune
I
is
know
done
for sure-
differently. I see. Each rune is done differently. So we just got lucky that one time. So if it's
Yeah,
the
on
cross
the
thing,
sword.
it's all four of us. Sword and eye, it's just the tank-in with True Sight. Oh, so sword and eye is just tank-in with True Sight, and cross is all four of you. Okay. Literally, we just fucking RNG'd
So
it.
we got lucky.
We just RNG'd it every
twice.
time. That's
Amazing.
fucking amazing. I just love that. Fuck it. So I'm gonna let him do it. I'm never picking that shit up ever again. Actually, that doesn't matter, right? Because if we all had the buff from it, it'd be okay. I'm trying to not kill him.
I almost had to a trail.
I have threat. I'm a fucking beast.
greatest defense.
Should be phasing. Green is safe. And phase. I think. Kicking this just in case. Oh, get smoked right before. Holy fuck, speed is so goated for this.
Yeah.
Rezzing.
Bear witness to winter's wrath.
Oh yeah, we're gonna be out of this phase real quick. It's over now. GG ult.
We got a milk.
Oh, we're
Oh, no.
alive.
Well, I could have stayed and healed you.
Just a
actually.
little touch, just a little touch.
Woo! That's a crazy way. That's a crazy setup.
Alright, we gotta remember how the fucking runes now. If it's sword or eye, the tank goes in alone, and if it's cross, we all four go in.
Other side.
Yeah, far.
Ah! I'm alive. That was not easy.
Blood, steel, no mercy.
Just waiting to pick it up till the last second. Okay.
Phasing soon.
Yeah, very soon actually. Alright, sword or eye, only he goes in.
It is. We all go in.
Okay.
Frost, bear witness to winter's
Do we all have to stand
Do
on an
this
orb?
just in case.
Do we have it?
Yeah, we're good.
So we didn't. Oh, we just have to all be there, right? Because we definitely didn't all stand on an orb. Okay,
Maybe the orb is just
No,
showing
the
you how
orb
many
thing was
people need to be in it.
makes sense. Yeah.
Maybe the orb is
Whoa.
like just a visual thing.
Yeah.
So yeah, in the
well,
last phase, they have to kill orbs and dodge this shit.
shield.
And it seemed like they had to do a ton of his 8. Does his health like go back to 100 or something?
Hold me back.
I'm not sure.
I didn't see that, but maybe. Well, I didn't see the whole thing, but
Count.
How many times have we killed that boss now? Like, before this one, it was twice on normal and once on hard, right? So 3 kills, and I guess we just got cross
Yeah.
every time.
Yeah.
Because I remember we got the mechanic and we were like, it's that easy? You just stand in the fucking thing? Alright, fucking whatever. Shit's pissed. Ooh, I got a good portal.
okay. I got 2 legendaries.
Fuck, I didn't
Sure,
get
why not?
any.
Yeah.
Damn it.
That's real good, actually. I wonder if that was the bad luck protection I hadn't gotten before catching up.
Surely. Has to be. Yeah, I don't want to do that on hard. Fuck it. The rewards aren't even that good. Dude, I could make a portal, I guess. I have so many good portals, actually. Kind of interested in just seeing what this one rolls. I wonder if this guy wants to tank some keys for us since Dorky's AFK. I only got like an hour before I gotta go. Let's get some fucking IO infusion.
Yeah, sure.
I like IO. I do want my title.
What's that?
At 12.5, you get like a hero title, themed to your hero.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Oh my fucking god. Yeah, we can go for that. Okay, I actually have a sick item potentially. I could like start playing Portal in like all dungeons. I just have to, well, it's actually probably a lot farther away than I think because I have to get a specific blessing on it to duplicate, which I don't know if that's like other people's experience, but like I don't get the blessings I need. It's not a thing.
Yeah.
I mean, I know it's like statistically the most rare thing to get, but like, I mean, I just straight up do not get my shit ever. Yeah, it's just fucking bugged. We'll keep rolling it. Bug it. Okay, I'll probably just play DR Relic then. Okay, Eternal, what do we got? These are probably going to be way lower keys than what he's doing, but fuck it. He's ours. He's trapped. I mean, there's an Empyrean Sands, Prideful Volcanic, and a Sailor's Abyss Empowered Ira the White Witch. That sounds... Both of those sound like what we're doing. Wait, it says Pinnacle. Y'all see that?
You want to do Gorn Tide?
Was Gorn Tide the one on the right?
Wraith Tide with G-Horn, yeah.
Ooh.
Fine.
I need gear
This
from
is
here, fuck
faster.
it. I need to loot a fucking legendary, man. Do you think you loot more legendaries the higher level key you're doing? Anyone want to make that up?
We could make it up, yeah.
Yeah, it's got to be true.
I will not yield.
This guy goes left. Okay.
Tremble before
I will
my
stop the
wrath.
empowered shade every time. It's gonna start happening soon. Couple more going out. Personaling it.
Protect me.
Oh, I can't stop at that time. Oops, oops, oops. I'm breathing you. Sorry. Oh, you're alive. Okay,
Oh,
come
we're
back.
close, we're close, we're close.
I thought I could actually stop everyone with my thing, but I couldn't. Stopping that one. Good. Last one going off now. It's not empowered, though. It's just the empowered one that one-shots. Oh, now we're empowered, though. Ooh, into Ira? Ooh, yo.
Powered
yo,
Raider,
yo,
too.
yeah. I like this.
Whoa.
My will shield
Oh boy.
I'm just getting started.
Do you have, like, ult soon?
Probably not.
No kick next, I think. Yeah, going off on cast right now. Okay, this is me. I'm saving everything for the pop. I have like really good damage actually.
Now?
Oh, my ult's up now.
I'm fucking it. Your kick as well? Or tank maybe? I don't know. Yeah. I'm also just
So
ulting
you
here.
can actually, once you break the shield, you can just milk it. Once the shield's gone, she doesn't heal.
Oh, I didn't know that.
you can try in one phase.
I mean, I'll still have like pretty good damage for when she does it again. Right now. I guess now we don't need to milk
Should
it,
just
right?
kick.
I'm kicking.
Yeah, yeah, kick.
Oh, we double kicked. Okay. Boom. Are we just dying? What was that damage? Is that just what the guy does?
Yeah, as those are falling, each also does an unavoidable damage.
Crazy, I had no idea.
Yeah, actually, yeah, same. No clue.
That empowered raid are still there.
Yeah, he'll buff us
I'll
eventually.
die.
I guess it's better if he dies at the end of this.
I think I'll probably ult after this. DR relic. Make sure we're on the shades, they're much higher HP. We're about to get empowered too. Should get an Ira rune really soon too. Alright, whatever we pulled next is getting fucking nuked into the sun.
Empowered water at
Get
least.
the first kick on the water alley if a castle are moving.
Yeah.
No mercy.
Ira?
Ira.
Wait, what am I getting cleaved by?
There's a Corsair 2 in here.
Oh, wow. Didn't think I
Bro,
was
you're
in front of
eating
that.
fucking Corsair cleaves and you're just chilling?
Yeah.
Holy shit. He said Shroud. Do you have Shroud?
No.
No Shroud route. How the fuck are we gonna do this? I guess we have to pull the rest of it? Oh, he's pulling it now. Okay. Oh, on boss. Got it.
There's so many empowered mobs in this pool.
Alright, fuck it.
What a fucking
Ira on
Ira
X.
timing.
I feel iron wall. Tremble before my wrath.
Dispel on Kess. Screech.
I'm just getting started.
This is even better without Shroud, I think. Dude, now Dorky's saying, what the fuck, I want to push. What the... He literally said no. He was like, I'm not, get someone else. Actually classic Dorky moment. Oh, he can step out for Droki. That's good. We can hit the, we can actually do the capstone then.
Ira on the other side.
Ira in an absolutely ridiculous position.
Before my wrath.
Holy fuck, you're getting cranked.
Hold me back. I won't see you. I will not yield.
Give me the loot! Wait, is my loot fucked now? I can't loot the chest anymore. I was looting it and then I died. And now the,
Oh, no.
and now the chest does. I even saw it. It was good too. I want it. I want what's in there.
It'll be in your mailbox, surely.
Yeah, I bet.
So much gold.
Oh yeah, I got a little red dot in the top right. Wait, that is not, bro. That okay? Minus blue dust, minus legendary dust. It just gives you the fucking gear. Oh, that's so ass. It was a pleasure. All right, fuck yeah, let's get Dork in here. Oh, nah, you guys keep gaming. I'm playing tomorrow after this guy leaves. I'm fucking done.
No way.
I'm actually done. I'm actually done. All right, inviting the guy back.
Friggin' dorky.
Classic. All right, let me try to roll something real quick. Oh, I actually got it. Let's go. Alright, I'm a Portal gamer now. Portal Battle Res.
That's good. We need a portal or a shroud.
Is it new Lego OP? I don't know. I haven't got it yet. I want to find out. All right, I keep trying to invite. I'm trying to invite this guy. He said invite, but it ain't working. Maybe it's bugged. Oh, I bet the party's bugged. I think we have to reform.
Yeah, I think it happened during the Pinnacle.
Yeah,
Even I
that-
saw somebody do
yeah.
the lift group thing.
Wait. Also, maybe he's offline? Oh, he said he's relogging. I get him. Alright, got him. Alright, we just timed that one. Empyrean Sands, probably? God, the G-Horn Vault, it's actually pure sadness that we're not doing that. Oh, and this is a good portal dungeon.
I feel Thou witness winter's wrath.
I'm getting fucking breaker melee'd. I'm huge. Oh wait, he marked the scenario. I think that might mean kill it. I was hitting the big guy. No, dude. The volcanic hitbox is bigger than you think it is. It's really annoying. Because in melee, a lot of times you try to be like really precise with it, so you don't have to like get out of melee, and it just hits you, and you are pretty sure it ain't doing that. Personal.
Nari's Wrath in the back.
Got it.
All these orbs.
You get the first scenario. I'll get second.
Okay.
Tremble before my wrath.
I'm getting fucking hunted down. I'm getting hunted down.
With
I got it. Last second. Holy fuck.
Decimate.
Bro, I'm just actually getting fucking, just fucking running, bro. I'm just running.
I can't keep up.
I feel iron wall. Lust, steel, no mercy.
Oh, pretty sure.
I will shield thee.
Oh, we got an archer.
Oh,
in there.
Sonaris.
Bear witness to winter's wrath.
I got hunter trapped in a soul piercer and I'm alive. And I'm in a whirlwind, by the way. How am I alive? Okay, I'm not.
No,
That's like, I mean, I should have
No.
died. I probably just should have died like by like 3 times my HP or something. All right. Not good for the damage, but all good.
Oh.
Tank dead. I can res. He released. Stunned. Oh, volcanic. Yeah. Max, how coggy L is this class? With the CDR weapon, it can be a little.
My shield will not break. Hold me back.
Dude, aggro is so weird. I just like pulled aggro on the like entire pack, and I didn't even like. I didn't even get the good shit. Okay, I'll just die.
Bear witness to winter's wrath.
Okay. The fuck was that?
Getting
Oh,
Sonari's
Sonari
went
went
off.
off. Yeah. Stopped one soul piercer. Bro, the hunters fucking suck. I literally ulted too. Instantly died.
Right in the
Both of
back.
you guys out?
You have a little something for this guy? I think we might be
in a
getting fucking
bit.
owned. I'm just dead. Oh, I didn't even see that. And no reses. Alright. This is gonna work.
witness my wrath.
Oh yeah, we got an ult coming up.
Yeah.
That'll bridge to the healer ult. I swear the hunters are actually insane, man. I'm ulting this guy, I don't care. This Grave Scythe is the guy. But I don't think we're gonna
Okay.
stop long enough to like hit him. Oh, I'm not getting cleaved.
Bear witness to winter's wrath.
I can blow him up.
Yeah. We have 15 more
Dead.
seconds. We should be good. Yay! Oh, more hunters. Yay.
You
Oh,
grip the prism. Push it back. Oh, we're good.
there's not a lot going on in melee in this poll, by the way. It's actually pretty chill. I mean, dude.
Witness my wrath.
Ah, this is a great dungeon for me. I'm locked in. I think I've died to every hard mechanic in this dungeon. Sonari, I've died to the trap. I've died to the soul piercer. I've been stunned in a whirlwind.
For those traps where sleep are like hard to see. Like they because they don't get the circle around them until they land. Or like until they're active and it's
Yeah, it's beast mode. I love it. Yes, yes. Okay. I'm just fucking running it down. This is good. I'm going for the fucking record. Nothing's gonna stop me. Whatever the record is, I'm coming for it. Yes. I was actually looking at something else, but I did touch a trap there.
oh yeah, I was looking for you. I was like, wait, why? Oh god, Kiss.
No mercy. Bear witness to winter's wrath.
Winnable?
Maybe.
Offense is the greatest defense. Bear witness to winter's wrath. I'm just getting started.
He's got a big line of them. Boom.
Just cleaving off boss as much as I can.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Last two are just gonna blow up.
Two are going off.
3, 2, 1.
Tremble before
I mean, we
my
basically have to like beat the next bads. You have another ult? Oh my god. I think I missed 2 ults this dungeon from deaths.
This might be doable.
I don't think so, but I hope so.
a buck.
Shield me. My shield hole.
No.
Do you have res? I have res up. So
Yeah.
if you res me, I can res him.
Resing you as well. I'm.
I can res you. Don't worry.
Oh. Get safe.
Dude, the fucking res strat, res strat. Holy fuck, yeah, I'd never want to do this dungeon ever again. That was a fucking absolute nightmare. Oh, perfect. Ult right now. Going crazy.
Same.
Before my wrath.
By 1 minute.
Good look. Let's see. I guess it can take kind of a long time to just like loot a specific legendary you want. Because I could see myself looting a legendary, but like, what's the chance? I guess if the bad luck protection works, maybe it is a better chance. Alrighty. Oh, he's got a better route. Holy fuck, we're running it
I
back.
have exactly 70,000 gold.
It's a lot of gold.
What the fuck do I do with it? Make an alt?
Yeah. Why not?
I like kind of want to play an alt, but it seems like so much work.
I don't know. I think you get into Eternal pretty quick. I think the issue is the queue. Like I started playing in Ardios, and then I got into Champion, and then I was like 10 to 15 minute queue all of a sudden, which is.
Oh,
But obviously you can like
Probably
use the
tank.
Discord and stuff. Yeah, I mean that will help with that for sure.
Oh, we're not doing the breaker. Okay.
I swear we could play all three scenarios.
We are doing the breaker.
Bear with me
Yeah.
to winter's wrath.
It's honestly very healable if there's just like an advance warning of which one is going off. Decimate. Ooh, 2 more scenarios.
I mean,
Resing.
I'm over it. There's only one spot to stand for Volcanic, and then I just get fucking cleaved. If only there were hunters also on this pole.
There could be.
I think this guy's gonna decimate soon. Or he already did.
Before my wrath.
Decimate.
Shield me.
Oh, please let me die to aggro on the breaker. That would just be the cherry. Okay, good. Alright. Wonder if we're doing the chain thing like we did last time? Looks like, yeah. I have ult. Okay. I'm just doing it here.
Go shopping.
End my life. I just ulted. I'm actually so over it. It's unreal.
I'm gonna kill X Hunter.
There's a break.
Tremble before my wrath.
Yeah, good luck.
I'm just gonna die. I'll just die.
Oh, volcanic too, by the way.
Yeah. Just chill. It's fucking easy.
Shield me.
No.
Rezzing you.
I don't know if you can. Oh, you can. Okay. Mid ult cast. I'm sad.
Okay, 1 Hunter is dead. Dude. Careful, we're at 27.
I don't know.
Is that the fucking... What did I do?
I got you, I got you.
The char... Bro, I'm literally no shot. The charge?
Might have been the. Oh,
I
got a big
just
guy.
ulted.
Before my wrath.
Yeah, this is my last dungeon no matter what. But I have a few more minutes before I
Alright.
leave, but I'm fucking so over it.
no.
Winter protect me.
Ixenti. Just can't go through there? Okay.
I will not yield. Don't hold me back. Witness my wrath.
Good luck.
There are traps on the ground.
Good. I'll eat him, bro.
Double hard boom. Fuck it.
1 Hunter's dead.
Oh, I think my legendary might be... Dude, that's what I'm missing hearing. My animation is going away after 3 hits. But I'm hearing 5. One of my legendary is broken, actually.
Bear witness to winter's frost.
This prideful? Yeah, it's like Giga prideful.
Witness my wrath. I'm just getting started.
All DR the first explosion.
Yeah.
Heal. No mercy.
Kill the solo one, I think.
Oh no. I'm alive. I think I might ult the next ads.
Oh, I'm not safe. Holy shit.
I think I'm gonna ult the next ads. I think that's gonna be the fastest thing.
Oh, he dies this one. He's also gonna ult it, but
Bear witness to winter's wrath.
oh, I got stunned. He got stunned. That's good.
A lot of things are dying.
I feel iron ball. Offense is the greatest defense.
Any DR? Boom! Bro, I'm huge.
Kill it.
That was a lot of wars.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Definitely getting harder to consistently kill him without the.
Damn. Yep. Oh. Alright. I'm leaving in 15 minutes. I'm gonna head out.
Yeah.
Alright.
GG's.
GG's.
Yeah, GG's.